Saint Germain on Alchemy. Mark Prophet and Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Book 1. Full many a glorious morning have I seen flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Shakespeare. Sonnet 33. Chapter 1. The Law of Transfer of Energy. 2,000 years ago, when Christ walked upon the waters of the Sea of Galilee, his demonstration was a manifestation of the natural law of levitation operating within an energy framework of cohesion, adhesion, and magnetism, the very principles which make orbital flight possible. The light atoms composing the body of Christ absorbed at will an additional quantity of cosmic rays and spiritual substance whose kinship to physical light made his whole body light, thereby making it as easy for him to walk upon the sea as upon dry land. His body was purely a ray of light shining upon the waters. The most dazzling conception of all was his ability to transfer this authority over energy to Peter through the power of Peter's own vision of the Christ in radiant, illumined manifestation. By taking his eyes temporarily from the Christ, however, Peter entered a human fear vibration and vortex which immediately densified his body, causing it to sink partially beneath the raging seas. The comforting hand of Christ, extended in pure love, reunited the alchemical tie, and the flow of spiritual energy through his hand raised Peter once again to safety. The further example of the Master Jesus releasing a flow of energy, as in the case of the woman who touched the hem of his garment without his knowledge aforehand, shows the impersonal love of God which responds equally to the call of faith from any of those creatures he has fashioned so wonderfully and so purely in the supreme hope of absolute cosmic freedom for all. These two examples refer to aspects of the great cosmic law which are not commonly known but which are commonly discussed or skirted about by religious groups. The law of transfer of energy is vital to the science of alchemy, for without it, it is impossible to create matter. It is a law that nothing cannot create something. True knowledge of the impersonal law of transfer of energy is also vital to the correct understanding of the great law, for it proves that God, who makes the sun to shine on both the just and the unjust, does manifest through both. Jesus declared during his Palestinian mission that the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. It must be realized, then, that it is possible to wrest from the hand of God some of the secrets of governing the forces of nature and controlling matter, even though the individual and motive be not absolutely pure. But let none ever think that the one so doing shall escape from accountability, for he is fully responsible for each use or abuse of energy within his world. The reason I am choosing to begin my exposition on alchemy with a note of warning and a sobering explanation is not to cause anyone fear, but rather to instill in all who read a deep and abiding reverence for God, which is the only fear permitted in our octave. It is in reality holy awe that engenders within all who love the great law of love the fullest respect and adoration for the wisdom which so fearfully and wonderfully made all creation in the image of fearless freedom. All those who misuse the powers of the universe for selfish ends find sooner or later that they must relinquish their hold upon their ill-gotten gains, and the penalty they pay is frightful indeed. To produce substance to feed the poor, to heal at a touch a withered hand, to raise the dead, and even to set aside natural law and perform, by the magic of alchemy, miracles of infinite wonder, this seems to mankind to be the ultimate in their use of heaven's grace. Let me embrace the spirit of freedom that makes it possible for a man made in the immortal, loving, God-free image of his Creator to do these things and many more to the benefit of society and to the happiness of his benefactors. But above all, let me praise the proper use of the blessed divine science of spiritual alchemy. The ancient alchemist has ever been a colorful figure, even to his own contemporaries, but time has gilded his image with a glory far greater than that which he ever possessed, and it is ever thus when approaching the aspects of mystery. It is in the simple graces of life that men will find their freedom, albeit the more complex aspects are progressive expressions of the laws of life that shall enrich the well-being of this earth and of all its people, harnessing their total good on behalf of the most lovely world of freedom that could ever be conceived of, even in the mind of a new Atlantean. So much for the moment regarding the world society. Let us now consider the individual and his role in the use of alchemy. The inner meaning of alchemy is simply all composition, implying the relation of the all of the creation to the parts which compose it. Thus alchemy, when properly understood, deals with the conscious power of controlling mutations and transmutations within matter and energy, and even within life itself. It is the science of the mystic, and it is the forte of the self-realized man who, having sought, has found himself to be one with God and is willing to play his part. Through the years men have attempted to glamorize me with the allure of distance in time and space, which always lends enchantment to the view. I do not sell myself short as the Father's handiwork, but in common with beloved Jesus and others among the great masters of our brotherhood, I am especially interested that each man obtain his rightful place and the proper understanding of how he ought to exercise authority in the universe and in his own world and affairs. Let everyone who begins this study do so with the understanding that I have a purpose in speaking here, and that purpose is to make each one of you alchemists in the truest sense of the word. This means that you must become familiar at inner levels with the all-chemistry of God and how each facet of creation is brought into manifestation in matter, in your consciousness, and in your daily life. In order to do this properly, you will need to meditate and reread these lessons many times, calling to me and to your own God-self, your I Am Presence, for illumination on any point that is not immediately clear to you. When you have the inner degree of alchemist of the sacred fire conferred upon you by your own Christ self, you immediately become a candidate for admission to the outer court of the great white brotherhood. This factor alone is a great incentive for you to become proficient in genuine spiritual alchemy. It has ever been a fallacy of human thought to deny the so-called miracles in the life of the great avatar Jesus. Nonetheless, he, as a Son of God, revealed to all these mighty formulas which, if understood and practiced, would long ago have transformed the planet into a paradise of perfection. Enough, then, of human nonsense and human creation. As Shakespeare would have said it, off then with the old, the decay, and the mouldering mustiness of this shapeless mass, on then with the eternal vastness of an unfettered spirit, a being of such freedom as moving seems apart even from reality and projects the image of eternal hope into the tiniest gem or dewdrop cupped within a blossom rare. I am for the freedom of all, lovingly. Chapter 2. The purpose of your alchemical experiment. Void is unfruitful energy. The alchemist must develop a sense of the value of time and space and the opportunity to manipulate both. Freedom is won by quest and conquest, but mainly by the conquest of the finite self. True mastery of the finite comes through the indrawing love, the compelling, almost magnetic heart call of the soul to its divine source. Only the great inflow of the cosmic light of God can release the soul from the imprisoning shadows of its human creation. Summon, then, the purity of purpose which will make your creative design good. Relentlessly challenge the base elements which arise like hobgoblins to disturb and try the plan you have begun. Then patiently evolve your God design, the purpose of your alchemical experiment. The true science of the Spirit is more exact than mundane measures can yet determine. Therefore, know thyself as the white stone or elixir from whence all thy creation must proceed in orderly fashion. If the key ideas are not created from within thee who art the alchemist, then the whole act is either hapless or an imitation of the work of another. Now, if it be God thou wouldst imitate, then, well done! may truly be spoken of thee, but if the vanity of mankind, then piteous let thy consciousness remain. The true self of man, from whence come the very goodly design, is worthy to be consulted as to what it is desirable to create. Therefore, the true alchemist begins his experiment by communing with himself in order to perceive the inspiring thoughts of the radiant mind of his Creator. It is in imitation of lesser qualities and lesser states of consciousness that society has molded many of its erroneous concepts. To correct these concepts, to forge an ennobling culture, to draw the lines of good character, man and society must look to lofty examples. Let men who would practice alchemy learn first to mirror the great examples of all ages who have used heaven as their design, and then let them learn to select the best qualities of their lives, so that alchemy can be used as it was divinely intended, as the most noble method of achieving the desires of the heart right here and now. I strongly suspect that many of my auditors, but few, if any, of the most sincere students, are anxious to have imparted unto them at once the philosopher's stone or the magical properties that will make them at will a combination of Aladdin and Midas with a trace of benevolence sprinkled in. I here declare for those who think thusly that while I shall impart tremendous knowledge concerning the science of alchemy in the whole of this 9-part study, I doubt very much that unless they absorb the secrets of the first lessons with utter humility, allowing me as the instructor the privilege of preparing the teachings as God would have me do, they will not at the very end find themselves wanting. And it will not be the fault of either teaching or teacher. I do not intend to give a lengthy discourse on the vanities of worldly life, but I would like to point out that it is the hope of the Brotherhood in releasing these teachings at this time to avoid for our students the mistakes of some of the early alchemists, whose sole purpose seemed to be the acquirement of riches and honor and the ability to produce from universal substance the energies to change base metals into gold. Let me hasten to say that not all of the early alchemists confined their goals to temporary gain. Indeed, many stalwart souls pursued alchemy with the same reverence they would a quest for the Holy Grail, seeing it as a divine art and the origin of the Christian mysteries, as when Christ changed the water into wine at the marriage in Cana of Galilee. We desire to see the original concepts about alchemy given new meaning, and we desire to see the meaning it acquired in the mystery schools brought to the fore. For the uses to which this science is presently put must be translated to a higher dimension if mankind are to reap the full benefits thereof. Unless this spiritual science is applied to the freeing of individuals and society from drudgery, confusion, and compromise with the densities of human thought, as is our wish, the purposes to which God ordained it will remain unfulfilled. We who pursue the high calling of the alchemist aspire to see all attain a place where they can both teach and extol the basic purposes of life to the youth of the world as having far greater than mere temporal pleasures, which in reality serve a lesser purpose to a divine alchemist than does a pacifier to a suckling child. Let no one think, because I spend this time in introducing the heart of the subject to you, that my discussion is not pertinent to the facts at hand. Unless each one understands that he individually must exercise his God-given right to use power wisely and lovingly, he cannot help but fall into pits of self-delusion and rationalization. Now, it is God's plan that everyone on earth pursue the understanding of himself and his destiny. Conceit born of intellectual pride has caused many a sincere student, and even a number of worldly masters of one science or another, to fall into traps of their own creation, and in many cases they never knew when the snare was sprung. Therefore, if any subject be included here, let no one think he can omit it simply because he may seem to know it already or because he has considered it before. We place many gems of thought in the most unlikely sentences, which, though plain enough of speech and easily seen, may require more than the diligence of even an honest heart's scanning. St. Peter voiced the query, and if the righteous scarcely be saved, where shall the ungodly and the sinner appear? It is well for the would-be alchemist to realize that this is an exact and true science whose illumination is conferred upon man by God Himself. Its purpose is to teach mankind how to obtain for themselves every gracious gift and virtue which their life streams might require in finding the way back home to God's heart. I do not say that you cannot learn to materialize every wish of your being, and this aspect of alchemy is for some the easiest part of the whole, while for others it remains the most difficult. I do say that the design of those wishes ought to be contemplated more than the wondrous science of bringing them into manifestation from the invisible. For to create a worthy design is a most noble endeavor, worthy of the God in man, which alone can set him free to fulfill his immortal destiny. We have labored below and waited above for the children of this world to cease the plunder and pillage of war, to cultivate the education of the underprivileged, to relinquish the desire for class distinction, and to offer themselves as would princes of the realm to serve effectively the needs of their impoverished yet noble kin. We are presently determined to seek out the faithful of all nations and to empower them with the means whereby they can individually escape from the self-imposed bondage of the times and obtain their own priceless inheritance. Naturally, this heritage is neither temporal nor ephemeral. However, when serving in Europe to dissipate some of the poverty and confusion so prevalent there, I did use universal alchemy to produce the substance which, although temporary in nature, supplied many human needs and was both comforting and helpful to the world and to the personal lives of my beneficiaries. I conceive nothing wrong in the idea, nor do I look with disfavor upon your having a divine source of supply to meet all your needs. I do feel it is needful for you to keep constantly humble and grateful as God places within your hands the key to the control of natural forces. Again, and second to no idea contained herein, is the constant need to understand the universal scheme or plan of creation so that all that you design and do will be harmonious with eternal law and cosmic principles. I hope that I shall have neither affrighted nor discouraged any of the students of alchemy from pursuing this marvelous divine study. I am, however, now free to proceed with more relish, for I have magnified the eternally manifest principle of the immortal intelligence of God, which some call inspiration, while others call it simply the mind of God. Whatever men may call a quality, it is its possession that counts the whole 9 points of the law. Therefore, love the emanation of divine wisdom contained herein, which, like sunlight shimmering through the trees, touches with its fingers of light all through which it passes. For only by love can you truly possess. I am the resurrection and the life of cosmic purpose within you. In the name of freedom, I remain. Chapter 3. The Sacred Science. The domain of individual destiny is controlled by an interplay of many cosmic forces, mainly benign, but in the present world society, due to mankind's misunderstanding of both earthly and heavenly purposes, these forces have been turned to other uses, frequently chaotic and disintegrating. Alchemy was originally intended to be a means of enriching individual destiny by making available the technique of changing base metals into gold, thereby producing opulence in the affairs of the successful practitioner. The dedication of the early alchemists to the cause of ferreting out its secrets was complete, and it was sanctified by the coordination of their minds with the works of their hands. These alchemists pursued their experiments under the duress of persecution led by the entrenched reactionary forces of their day, and it is a tribute to their lives and honor that they persisted in the search. Thus they brought forth and bequeathed to humanity the bona fide results of their efforts as acknowledged scientific achievement and annotated philosophic knowledge to bless the culture and archives of the world order. It ought to become increasingly clear to the students of this course that I am determined to bring to your minds and feelings a new sense of freedom. The wholesome concepts presented herein must indicate to your total being that the key to alchemy that must precede the acquisition of all other keys is the mastery of yourself, to a greater or lesser degree. This key must be recognized for what it is, for self-mastery is the key to all self-knowledge. It must then be understood and used, at least in part. And you must acknowledge without question that you yourself are the alchemist who shall determine the design of your creation. Furthermore, you must know yourself as the real self and your creation as coming forth from that self. It may surprise some to learn that seething vortices of humanly discordant thoughts and feelings daily impose a hypnotic effect upon almost everyone on earth. These tend to nullify the great concentration of intelligent, creative power that is the birthright of every man, woman, and child on this planet, though it is consciously employed by far too few. While increasing numbers among mankind seek after freedom, the reactionary elements, either with or without purpose, attempt to burden the race with new shackles each time deliverance from one form or another of human bondage is secured. The alchemist, to be successful, must be consciously aware of his God-given freedom to create. Those restrictions and restraints imposed upon the soul as forms of human bondage must be shunned. Yet in every case these must be distinguished from the necessary laws which structure society. Beauty and righteousness must be emblazoned upon the left and right hand to remind the would-be alchemist of his responsibility to God and man to behold his works before releasing them to see that they are indeed good, and good for all men. I am releasing in these studies in alchemy methods of visualization which will give to the students who will apply them as I did the ability to perform for God and man a service of the first magnitude. I trust that the myth of human equality will be dispelled, and that in the dignity of equal opportunity the evolutions of this planetary home will come to know and love the expansive potential of the Christ in all. Thus the forging ahead of humanity will be marked by a greater malleability of the soul and less ignorance of man's universal purpose to develop his individual talents than has heretofore existed on earth. As the early alchemists attained a measure of success in probing the secrets of the universe, they became acutely aware of the need to band together and to withhold from the public certain discoveries which they made. A number of religious orders and secret societies grew out of this need, and the remnants thereof have survived to the present day. The need to repress as well as to express was recognized, just as enlightened men of today realize that harmony in the social order and among the nations and the eradication of the causes of war and civil strife would remove all reasons for withholding any knowledge that would prove to be universally beneficial. Let me declare, because I can speak in the light of true knowledge, that the early alchemists were not nearly so unsuccessful as history would have men believe. Their discoveries were legion, and they included knowledge both secular and religious, scientific and philosophic. Above all, they unlocked many truths which at a later date were made general knowledge. Let not the world discount all of the stories that have been recounted of the suppression of invention and new ideas for economic and political reasons. When it suited their purposes, men in high places have ever so often instructed their hirelings to keep secret the very knowledge which belongs to the ages and which is the heritage of the people of all nations. Regardless of such dishonorable dealings, the masters of wisdom will never transfer this knowledge to mankind until the alchemy of reason heals the internal breach of selfishness within enough of the race that the torch of knowledge may be everlastingly held in the selfless hand of justice. I am preparing your minds in these first 3 lessons to better assimilate the full release of wisdom's flame that has been made a part of this course. It is frequently the despair of men that they did not have a certain choice bit of knowledge long before it came into their hands. This feeling is certainly understandable, but no lamentation that is without constructive leadings is ever desirable. It is preferable that men perceive the now of the present as God's hour rather than the folded parchments of past ages. The fading hieroglyphs of yesterday's errors can neither confute the present truth nor act as a panacea to heal their unfortunate sowings. They serve only as media of contrast to amplify the present sense of gratitude that glories in such progress as now manifests to dispel the ignorance of former times. A determined dedication to use the energies of today to open the doorway into the domain of the future is expected of the student of alchemy. Therefore, let him see to it that his present expansion of the science of alchemy is sufficient to transform the base qualities of the human nature into an altar on which the flame of living reality will fire the grandeur of the golden age now emerging within the Christ mind. Let his endeavors likewise be sufficient to balance the travails of world injustice, and let him work to secure for posterity eras of increasingly abundant progress, enlightenment, happiness, and universal spirituality. When used by the alchemist, symbols and symbology properly understood are literally charged with meaning. For example, Mercury is the symbol of speed and interprets to the consciousness the thought of wakeful, reverent alertness, which swiftly endows the chemistry of action with the intensity of application. Salt equates with the idea of selfhood and reminds mankind of the need to have the self retain the savor one of its divine source in preference to the crystallization of identity within the Sodom and Gomorrah of materiality indicated in the historical figure of Lot's wife. Fire, as life, is the catalyst which can be increased from the cosmic light within the cosmic rays in order to intensify and purify the radiance of life in the contemplated design. Moreover, the conscious invocation of life makes all of the alchemist's manifestations doubly secure. Earth symbolizes the natural crystalline densities created out of spirit's energies and sustained by the beings of the elemental kingdom. These tiny creators, in their mimicry of human discord, have transferred to nature mankind's inharmonious patterns. Thus the convergence of human error upon the planetary body came forth as thorn, thistle, insect, and beast of prey. And the Pandora's box of astral forms was opened by laggard civilizations whose misguided free will and selfishness have perverted life's energies even on other systems of worlds. It is this discord imposed upon the very atoms of substance which the alchemist must remove from his laboratory before he can create. It is this dross which the alchemist will purify by fire. I do not expect that every reader will immediately understand all of the concepts that are included in this course. While it is true that I advocate simplicity in the phrasing of the basic laws of God, I am also aware that thought forms worded in the higher order will be productive of greater good, as the world is able to accept them. I therefore include herein elements designed to challenge those of every level of awareness to study to show themselves approved unto the God flame within. Thus individual alchemical advances will be achieved by all who faithfully apply the teachings. The most insidious type of bondage is that in which the prisoner is not aware of his chains. I am certain that the real science of alchemy can serve to set free everyone on earth who will accept it. Therefore, out of respect for its supreme purpose, I consider it to be the sacred science. Remember, blessed children of men, that the purpose of true science should be to increase happiness and to free the race from every outer condition that does not serve to exalt man into the pristine greatness of his original cosmic purpose. All postulations, whether of a social, economic, religious, or scientific nature, should be infused with the freedom which allows men to progress. All who attempt to lead mankind progressively forward in these fields should admit to the possibility of change without in any way challenging those infallible opinions of the human spirit referred to as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Certainly the opportunity for progress and the freedom to innovate cannot affect the immutability of divine truth or the integrity of the Logos, whose power uttereth speech from those untrammeled heights to which we jointly aspire. I am progressively yours in the holy science. Chapter 4. Dare to do. Versatility. I am eternally grateful for that many-splendored quality of creation. The universe is fragmented. It is spread apart from a center of oneness to a diversity of light, color, tone, and density. Each partaker of a scene, whether pastoral or of transitory ugliness, ought to remember that the splintered shafts of light rays that compose the swaddling garments of all of creation connect directly with the great source and fountainhead of cosmic unity. In my historical experiences preceding my ascension, which was identical in its raising action to the elevation of Jesus the Christ, I was in a constant state of listening grace whereby my inner ears and eyes were fixed upon a lovely realm of light and perfection which served to remove the sting of earthly life from my consciousness, producing a comfort that my friends did not perceive. They often pondered the cause of my inner serenity without understanding its origin. The contacts with my earthly brethren and the appearances that I have made since my ascension have not always been under circumstances where those I met were aware of either my identity or my power. May I humbly state that as in other similar cases where one of the ascended host has elected to part the veil of matter and Maya to contact directly unascended humanity, the latter have entertained angels unawares. I am well aware that some of my readers may opine, inasmuch as I am one who has passed through the veil, that this release of my words is of a psychic or spiritualistic nature. Let me quickly affirm that it is neither. God be praised that my own life stream need not subscribe to such limiting forms. The fact that we are expressing or vibrating our life in higher dimensions where ordinary human faculties of seeing and hearing do not function renders neither our service nor our reality of any less effect, nor does it force me to subscribe to the above-named methods of communication. Blessed ones, you do not by ordinary means perceive radio waves, for they remain inaudible until detected in the miracle of the electronic tube. Therefore, trust in heaven's capacity to communicate with man directly. Because of my dedication to the holy cause of freedom, I have since my ascension consistently maintained a contact with one or more life streams embodied upon earth, and that by cosmic decree and with the approval of the heavenly hierarchy. Beloved Jesus and other great luminaries who have descended in the fullness of the divine plan have likewise appeared to their disciples down through the ages and do occasionally manifest to men and women of today with no more effort than that employed to dial a radio or television. My purpose in discussing the subject of heaven's winged messages from the great cloud of witnesses too is not as foreign to alchemy as might at first appear, for it portrays to you a necessary part of my program in the cause of freedom, of which the current series in alchemy is an integral part. You see, blessed ones, the creation of the visible is wholly dependent upon those essences which are not visible to the unaided eye. Yet the central ideas occupying the minds of most people, originating as they do in the transient effects of human causation, are not of enough consequence to deserve comment or to be ordained with permanent reality. I am certain you will agree that even as the range of ordinary human experience becomes monotonous for souls both great and small, so it is a wonderful blessing to them to be able to see into the higher octaves of creation by means of an adjusted consciousness and thus draw inspiration directly from the mind of nature and nature's God. Ignorance with its defilement of the law deprives the individual and society of enlightenment. The only cure is illumined obedience, together with scientific attentiveness to the detail of the law. The benefits of divine wisdom remain unknown to many who suppose that the old familiar theories are adequate to meet the demands of the hour and that nothing beyond empiricism or the empirical method is required. Actually, the accepted tenets of modern science, being but partially true, are incomplete and therefore provide an inadequate foundation upon which to base advanced research and the control of the elements. An attitude of complacency does not allow for progress in any endeavor, human or divine. Thus, where grace might abound, it does not. Complacency remains a bulwark of reactive ignorance, preventing mankind from sharing in the abundance which all heaven stands waiting to shower upon those free souls whose purity of heart and guileless nature make most receptive to our thoughts. Before conferring alchemical knowledge of any depth upon you, I wish to exalt you into that divine nobility which is as real as the light of the day and your greatest strength in meeting the challenges of the morrow. To do this may require some examination of the spirit of those sincere alchemists whose excursions into the unknown were productive in more ways than one. Even the souls who failed completely to discover a method of changing base metals into gold were benefited beyond their farthest dreams by the blessings which came to them as a result of their search. Even the persecutions served to band them together in singleness of purpose, which, midst human diversity with its unfortunate tendencies toward greed and selfishness, is an achievement in itself. I am in the hope that you will prepare yourself to succeed in your endeavors. Above all, stand ready to make the necessary changes in your thoughts and preconceived ideas that will make it possible for you to be victorious. If man expects to succeed in alchemy, which is in truth dependent on the higher laws of spiritual science, he must nurture the faith on which the strength of his invocation and concentration will rest. The fusion of metal, the control of atomic forces, and the direction of electronic energy by the mind of man acting in higher dimensions are easy enough once the grasp is acquired. However, after years of dependence upon the five senses and the attendant acceptance of mortal limitation, I am certain you can see how utterly important it is that your thinking become geared to new possibilities in order to function free of human restrictions and the dampening of a divine ardor by those who say because they do not know, impossible. Let me say to all in freedom's name, try. While you are preparing your consciousness for the reception of the knowledge of tomorrow, be aware, then, of the need to ponder the origin of concepts involving limitation. Beloved ones, you must be sane and balanced in all you do, but realize that true science borders on the miraculous to those who do not understand its formulas. You approach a solid wall with the idea that you cannot walk through it, yet it is not solid at all, but as full of holes as the wire of a chicken coop. You cannot walk upon hot coals without burning your feet, and yet medicine men of a less illumined culture than your own do so with impunity. Countless miracles of Christ have been duplicated by men and women of various times and climes since his wondrous advent, and yet because of human skepticism and forgetfulness, the wonder of it all has been relegated to the realm of myth or the imaginings of gullible minds. Let me plead for a renewal of faith in the power of God, for this is a requirement of everyone who would be a wonder-man of spiritual accomplishment on behalf of the holy purposes of the universal law itself. Without faith it is not only impossible to please God, but I declare unto you, it is impossible to manifest the perfection of his laws. As faith is so great a requirement, would it not pay well for each one to re-examine his reasons for doubt? Note well that most doubts arise from patterns of self-deception and the practice of deceit and the failures of the human mind to fulfill its professed integrity. Seeing, then, that such negative conditions stem from the consciousness of error, would it not be ever so wise for all to look unto me, the presence of Almighty God, and live? With God all things are possible, but as in every science, proficiency does not usually come about without knowledge and its persistent application. The few who are exceptions to this rule may be called geniuses, but when the whole law is understood, it will be proven that even they had their hours of diligent study and practice. I particularly want to point out that the purpose of our release of alchemical secrets in this course is to place in your hands and in the laboratory of your consciousness the knowledge of the law which we ourselves have used for centuries with the greatest of success and with the reverence for life, which is of prime necessity to an inquiring mind poised on the loving intent of an honest heart. Here idle curiosity is exchanged for that moral grandeur which so lifts a man above his fellows as to make of him a divine star in the firmament of his contemporaries. Lifted, then, by no false pride or intellectual misinterpretations, the true alchemist stands with humble mien, gazing expectantly at the teacher who will impart to him, if the attitude and the application be correct, the priceless knowledge of the ages. May I fondly hope that you will reread the early lessons and assimilate therefrom a new sense of progress and of new possibilities? I am determined that many in this class shall succeed, and I shall continue to do my part above and below in your octave that this prove true and that great illumination, hope, peace, and understanding be born and renewed within you all. I am faithfully yours. Chapter 5. The need, power, and motive to change. The now of the present hour must be utilized as a chalice of spiritual opportunity. Life must be indulged by its highest objectives, honored by the adoration of exalting principles, and merited by selfless service. Beloved people, the power to change is within every man. Prefer this power and venerate it above every limiting condition, and watch the alchemy of self expand. Transmute the lies of shadowed substance that arrest your spirit's upward soaring. Realize that conditions of human limitation are but ghosts that parade upon the stage of mortal existence, only to be laid to rest forever by eternal reality. Each man must become aware of his choices and select either freedom or fetters as he explores the chemistry of his present state, brings it into focus upon the mirror of truth, and then determines to alter each base condition, constructing within the crucible of the hour that hallowed progress which is born of eternal perception. Destruct, then, the base and senseless mania of your origin in matter consciousness, that possessive nature, the perversion of the mother, which, failing to assess the fullness of cosmic possibilities, limits itself to the baubles and trinkets of temporal possession. Let heaven use your consciousness to expand its window into the infinite, and then behold at last the beautiful possibilities present in the most dire outer conditions. Give wealth to the poor in spirit, understanding to the rich, and compassion to everyone. So often a life stream may have in abundance the very qualities in which his neighbor is lacking. Exchange your virtues by exalting the valleys of another, and trust life to remove the peaks of his pride as well as your own. Transmute the conditions in your own world that you do not want by determined and persistent effort. Every divine being who exalts the life of God within you knows that the power to do these things is in your hands this very day, within the reach of your intelligence and spirit. Construct those spires of attainment which compose the celestial city, and enfold the world of physical substance, the conscious mind, and the feelings of your heart with the radiance of immortal spheres. Gazing at the universe with renewed hope, behold the need to sustain the proper regard. Vanity has held sway upon earth far too long. Wondrous opportunities, like spirits in the night, have vanished with the dawn, resisted by the cold shackles that imprison the soul in a mantle of disintegrating moments descending in the glass of the hours. The son of Elizabeth inquired of the Christ, "Art thou he that should come, or look we for another?" The reply of the Christ referred to his miraculous accomplishments. The deaf were made to hear, the blind to see, and the lame to walk. The lesson contained in his answer urges each life stream to accept the greatness of his own reality. All should see that life has brought to them its great and wondrous graces through the I am He consciousness which must emerge from the cave of materiality. The gross separation of the whole into weak and incomplete components men's concept of themselves as particles remote from their source, obliges their struggle through human misfortune instead of their acceptance of the grandiose concept of cooperative oneness charged with the power of love and freedom unbounded. Truth raises all and defeats no one save those enemies of righteousness, whose shadowed misunderstanding makes them little more than savage animals in the jungle of human creation. Even these are given more compassion by life than they deserve. This I know, because the record is laid before me. Beloved Kuan Yin has called for mercy and given it freely to all without limit and without price. This is God's great gift. He always returns more love to life than life ever gives to him. Selflessly, the magnitude of God sends forth a torrent of love when a few droplets would suffice and thereby sweeps mankind on the upward pilgrim way, regardless of men's erroneous notions. Now, looking to another is not the solution to your problems, nor will it win the intended fulfillment God holds for thee, blessed Son of Man. As an alchemist enlightened by the torch of divine knowledge, aware of the magnificence of true selfhood, you must summon the strength from the invisible realm and use the processes of transmutative alchemy within your own world and affairs to master daily all outer conditions by the spiritual means and physical appurtenances available to you. To make bricks without straw too may not always be a requirement and may seem most difficult, but to the determined alchemist it is merely an obstacle to be overcome. No one who occupies the earth at present should limit his recognition of the now is the hour concept which mounts each wave of opposition and rides it forward into the crest of victory. Everyone should see his life, at any age or time, as amenable to change for the better and himself as possessing the capability to surmount any condition at will. Law and justice are natural factors of control, but the universe, guided by its own law, has the creative methods of transcending that law, approximating cosmic dimensions, and expanding geometrically into infinity. Friends of freedom must disallow old ideas as quickly as they are able and discard outworn concepts as outmoded garments. It was difficult for men in Copernicus' day to accept his theory that the Earth and the other planets revolved around the Sun. They dogmatically subscribed to the belief that the Earth was the center of the universe. Chemical formulas of basic and complex matter are simple to the chemist, but to the unlearned seem but a jumble of symbols. Our purpose in this course is not merely to confer knowledge, but to effect your acceptance of that knowledge by an almost a priori methodology. This is needed because the categorical proof of alchemical laws is universally and necessarily seen through their action in man. Let there be light within your personal orbit and within the sphere of your being. Life is not an experiment, but mankind have experimented with it. Humanity has ridden the tide of the peripheral world of effects while neglecting the inner causative realm. All unhappiness is rooted in basic factors of cause. Mend the flaws and you shall be self-healed and self-revealed. I am interested in bringing about a complete reversal of deleterious human attitudes and replacing them by such right methods and concepts that each life can quickly rise out of the human force field with its heavy, gravitational magnetism that hinders mankind's progressive ascension. By transmutation, let every would-be alchemist first act to transform himself here and now and gain thereby an inner peace and a sense of outer accomplishment, especially at the close of each life's term. Surely, unless both an interior and an exterior focus be maintained where good is accented, one's concentration of positive control, which has the power to alter substance within and without, cannot manifest the blessing God intends all to have and exercise each day. Beloved ones, a life lived for reward or punishment is not a raison d'etre. The destiny inherent within life has escaped the intelligent comprehension of many on earth and is anchored in but a few. Thousands daily take pleasure in the sweepstakes, the races or games of chance, hoping against fantastic odds to become a winner, whilst they ignore the most certain of all laws, the cosmic purpose. Those who deny God or life itself do so out of a dearth of genuine experience. They have not witnessed the dawn of pure reason in themselves. They prefer to accept those popular ideas associated with non-gullibility. Well, the losses of such as these are legion, and while I do not expect to change every such individual, I do repeat my admonishment here that all might be inspired to keep on keeping on. The search is worth all effort. I know the law. The alchemy of action is its own proof. Those who desire to enter into debate to prove the non-existence or the non-essentiality of a first cause may not wish to lose the transient pleasure of so doing. But if they accede to the divine logic, the golden grain of truth will replace the husks of pride in the stifling, airtight systems of the human intellect which disdains the verification of any knowledge not experienced by the physical senses. Frequently individuals like to think they are en rapport with hoary heads of wisdom. Now, I think that the centuries I lived before my ascension and those which have since transpired have entitled me to some distinction in this respect. Neither ego nor human motive would inspire me to write this series. I am aware only of the deep love I feel for the earth as a unit of cosmic progress, and I desire to impart herein something of the sweet simplicity of that love and the wisdom that is guided thereby. Let us see now how reasonable it is to suppose that enough people serving in harmony can change the most calcified condition and create an influx of love that will sweep the hills and valleys with an inspired movement to heal the breach between the realities of eternal alchemy, the all-chemistry of God, and the artificialities which rise from the caves of base error. Then the emerging gold of personal integrity and personal integration will be a gift equally shared by all. Individual man will reflect pure genius, and the social order will reflect the kingdom of heaven. The forces that would bind mankind to their past errors, and thus prevent the flame of peace from being released in the present, must themselves be bound as in heaven, so on earth. And mankind must arise to sound the death knell of these forces here and now ere war shall cease. Freedom from confusion can be found only in the true understanding of life and the alchemy of being. Step by step, I am leading you to the right understanding of alchemy. In the first lessons, one reminded you of responsibility, your responsibility to prove the law of your being by the right use of alchemy. Now I am reminding you of the need to effect changes in yourself where change is desirable. Finally, I shall instruct you in the art and practice of precipitation. A prerequisite to applying the methods of precipitation is knowing what you want to precipitate. It was this truth which Jesus taught in the Lord's Prayer, and when he said, "Nevertheless not my will, but thine be done." The will of God, the will of the higher, is the will of your real self, the most important part of you. Because the lesser you, although it retains through the soul the capacity to contact this higher self, is but a bundle of impulses crowded with bits of human knowledge, I am advocating that you become acquainted with the reality of yourself. For this reality is the genius, in you that can give the Aladdin, symbolizing the alchemist who rubs the lamp of pure knowledge, the right desires of his immortal being. Ponder now the need to change, thine is the kingdom, the power to change, thine is the power, and the motive to change, thine is the glory, and evolve out of the passing flame of earnestness the permanent sun of renewed hope. Graciously I am. Chapter 6, Molding Factors. Ah, the mold, there's the rub. And the molder, too, contaminate. But how beautiful is the original hope of heaven for each life stream. Following the descent into form and material substance come those formative years when the pressures, both clamorous and silent, make their impression upon the clean white consciousness of the individual. Beginning with the first fond gawking of parents and kin, There is a gradual buildup of environmental factors which serve to create patterns and concepts upon the tender screen of the embryonic mind. These molding factors continue to exert their multifarious influence upon the plastic personality of man. That selfhood, then, which is first identified wholly with Godhood, is affected and shaped by myriad experience patterns. Thus does example, for woe or for weal, sculpt the mind and being of man. Experience is not, however, the sole way to expand consciousness. For each moment spent with God or one of His cosmic band serves to exalt and broaden individual consciousness, conveying illumination on the instant, in the twinkling of an eye. The empirical proof of human imperfection is epitomized in the past-present lives of mass humanity. Life in bondage and life in peril decries the meaning of existence. Religion and hope for salvation arise in the human heart and burgeon from the human tree. And he looked up and said, I see men as trees, walking. The alchemy of change was needed in Jesus' day and is still needed, because all too frequently the mold is imperfect and the product cannot excel its matrix. I have declared that the molder, too, contaminates, and thus I direct your attention to the untransmuted accumulation of human filth and misery which, like trash, litters the sidewalks of the human consciousness, reeking forth from the literary stalls of the world. The crusty molder masquerades as legitimate culture while undermining the decency of lusty souls. Freedom of the press was not intended to give license to the corrupters of youthful minds. Neither was it intended to be used to confuse and disorganize the populace, flooding their brains with jingoistic propaganda and prejudicial discriminations. Rather, the power of light was intended to emanate from a free press and exalt everyone into a rightful sense of cosmic destiny. America, my beloved country! How precious hers heart can take a just pride in offering with the consent of the governed, the fruit of her life, sons and daughters of excellence who from the heart of this beloved nation serve the cause of freedom across the earth. Because each dire effect of the mold and the molder must be counteracted, I am releasing these remarks pertaining to personal freedom through the correct use of alchemy. I do not say that more will not be spoken on the subject to parallel and conclude the course, but herein is my specific advice to those who would use alchemy to further their own personal advancement in the divine plan fulfilled and thus change their present circumstances for the better. Those who are familiar with the process of refining precious metals are aware of the intense heat needed to liquefy many metals. Heat is also necessary to release impurities and foreign material from the pure metal. Separation of the dross occurs in two ways. 1. A portion is vaporized and passes into the very atmosphere of the room wherein the refining furnace is operating, and 2. Much of this unwanted substance is brought to the surface and skimmed off by the alert refiner. Apropos of this, few parents exist who are equipped with the type of instruction which would enable their children to know from the beginning the tenets of their full freedom. I do not say that the world is not full of aspiration and good intentions, but the highways so paved do not seem to lead to the best places. Thus it happens that the children of the world become wiser in each succeeding generation in the arts and artifices of war and in the many customs of world society, without ever becoming too stirred about the regenerate and peaceful society of saints. In the main, few are born and come to years with a right understanding of the universal purpose and of necessity, personal destinies, which often run cross-current to the universal flow, are periodically thwarted and broken. The pages of history are full of the downfall of tyrants and the overthrow of monsters of misdirected purpose. Failures and successes in many fields draw recognition while the average man moves into the burial ground of mediocrity. Nothing is further from the plan of God and nature than these counterfeits of the golden mean. How ill-equipped is the concept of a destiny which can be shaped by human misconceptions. How noble are they who acknowledge an intellect, a mind, a spiritual overseer, and a creator whose forethought, greater even than that of his emissaries, is revealed as a mountain of universal purpose to be scaled by the brave who do not hesitate or fear to trust the wisdom of those early climbers of the rugged summit peaks. Those linked to the lifeline of these spiritual pioneers are given greater guidance, for the elder brothers of the race lovingly extend to them the freedom of the ages as a gift of faith. This gift is extended to all who, by accepting that faith, can likewise summon the will to pursue it and the perseverance to let it fashion them in a mold made purer still and in an accumulation of that purity whose reality is the treasure of heaven. Beloved friends of freedom, you stand now at the gateway to higher alchemical truths, which I am releasing in the 7th lesson, but it is needful for you to contemplate your life in a manner wholly in keeping with the spirit of universal alchemy. No longer act from the vanity of desiring recognition, but from the valor of necessary achievement and because service is needed and worthy in itself. God needs a vehicle through which to manifest in the world of form, and you lend your hands and feet to Him. You must understand the mystery of oneness whereby a thread of contact between each life and its source serves to connect all who live to one great central switchboard. Here the interaction of thought and feeling is guarded lest it hurt any part of life in the holy mountain of God. Consider all the beauty of life which can be. Perceive this as pure gold. All causes of unhappiness, every vibration of discord, fear, doubt, suspicion, condemnation, criticism, judgment, self-righteousness, and all negative traits are part of either the human mold or the molder which must be purged as dross before purity can so regenerate a life stream as to enable the individual to partake of the waters of life freely. It is not enough that men come to drink when the invitation from higher sources has gone forth. They must make new skins to retain the new wine of infinite goodness and purpose. This is spiritual alchemy, and wise are they who first master it in themselves before attempting to govern the elements in others or in nature, for thus is karma justified by wisdom and rendered benign. Sin does not come to the door of such a practitioner, for his motives, purpose, and methods are pure, and his acts are also just. Gracious alchemists, the very fact that you are studying this course should denote your interest in improving. In the very word improving is a spiritual lesson to be mastered. The words impression and proving combine here to denote that life brings its impressions to the heart of your consciousness to prove the worth of each impression. Every idle thought is thereby brought to judgment before the magnificence that is the higher glory of God, the upper light in the vaulted chamber of heaven. The mind of Christ is synonymous with the mind of light and characterizes one whose attunement is specifically directed to the higher intelligence. The inflow of impressions from the world at large should be directed by the student for comparison and proof to the pure patterns of the purposes of heaven. When these are improved upon by the alchemical fire, they become part of each man's forte of useful objects and ideas, permanent matrices for good, drawing unto the consciousness of man more of their kind. Thus is the kingdom of selfhood expanded on wings of heavenly wisdom proved day after day by the speech uttered from the hills of spiritual watchfulness. The sincere alchemist knows that the vast intelligence that created all that is, expands mighty wings of light over the all of the cosmos. As above in the macrocosm, so below in the microcosm, in the miniaturized world of appearance, is this intelligence individualized. The watchful care of God ever manifests to His wondrous purposes as a guardian presence who seeks not the defilement, but the glorious fulfillment of each person in whom dwells the flame of Almighty, ever-present life. So-called physical death does not represent the end of being. It merely divides eternal life into compartments of identity and experience whereby expansion and opportunity can be utilized to the fullest and each outworn mold discarded. Forgotten fragments can be pieced together by the seeker and woven strand by strand into a tapestry of such beauty as to thrill the beholder with a sense of gratitude for the perfection and glory present in each day of eternity. I am aware of human discouragement caused by identifying with elements of disintegration in society. I know full well the deceits practiced in the name of religion. But my concern is not so much with these matters as it is with those lives that do emerge from the crucible of experience with a wonderful garment patined with pure gold. Your life need never be vacant, for life watches you and life is intelligent and considerate. Life is tangible and real. Life is earnest and tender. Life is dramatic and moving toward glory. The high road, as distinguished from the low road, is the way of the alchemist, whose heart is in the shining glory all the day and all the way that his pilgrim feet walk the dusty ways of man, transmuting, and transmuting that dust into purest radiance. I am the life, I am the truth, and I am the way. Chapter 7. Methods of Transfer. Light is the alchemical key. The words, "Let there be light," are the first fiat of the creation and the first step in proper precipitation. When man, who himself is a manifestation of God, desires to emulate the Supreme Father and precipitate, as a true son of light should learn to do, he ought to follow those methods used by the Supreme Intelligence if consistent and worthy results are to be anticipated. By examining the obvious methods of the Creator and by observing nature, you can deduce much of value if you will school yourself to think independently. For it is necessary to bypass mere human syllogisms and to penetrate the limitless consciousness of God, who is the great master alchemist, in order to go and do likewise, ever beholding your services as good. When you have determined within yourself to experiment with the art of precipitation, first create a mind blueprint of the object you wish to produce. This should incorporate definite size, proportion, substance, density, color, and quality in detailed picture form. When the visualization of the blueprint within your mind is complete, it ought to be immediately sealed. This is a vital step in its speedy and effective release into the world of matter form. Do not misunderstand this step and think that by sealing your plan you are closing the door to the improvement of its design. Such is not the case, for improvements can be made in subsequent models, but unless you release the blueprint to the elementals and builders of form as a finished work, they cannot properly bring it into manifestation. The words, "It is finished," are therefore the second fiat of creation following, "Let there be light." Now that you have created a thought matrix and sealed it against the intrusion of impinging mind radiation from others, set up either consciously, in some cases through jealousy or ego, or unconsciously by the mass mind's collective resistance to progress, you must observe the third rule to protect your creative intent and tell no man. This, too, is a law of precipitation, one that allows you to circumvent concentrated beams of human thought and feeling patterns which can be most disturbing to a successful alchemical experiment unless certain safeguards are activated. Avoid, then, the dissipation of energy by the intrusion of a multiplicity of minds, except where two or more individuals are specifically cooperating in joint precipitation. Those who are of a scientific nature and are familiar with Coulomb's scattering and Rutherford's law will understand how thought energy, as waves scattering other waves as if composed of minute particles, can set up a penetration of great enough intensity to break down the field of magnetic thought energy, focusing the specific pattern of the creative matrix. Each student should recognize that geometric figures such as the square, the triangle, the circle, the ellipse, and the parallelogram are employed almost universally in creating within the macrocosmic as well as the microcosmic three-dimensional world. Although higher forms of creativity are found in the mathematical world of algebra, calculus, and trigonometry, The highest symbology of all known to us at inner spiritual levels is the science of engrammic rhythms. This study deals with the control and release of energy, with engrams, which term we use to refer to the causative key behind the effects observed by worldly scientists and called by them engrams, with the use of mantras, with the storing of phohatic energy, and with safeguards activating principles of demarcation between the evolutions of the human consciousness in the planes of matter and the world of perfect divine order that exists in the planes of spirit. When contemplating this science, one should bear in mind that even the infinite, omnipresent consciousness of God, as it extends itself into the realm of the material creation, moves through the gamut of creative expression from simple patterns to those of increasing complexity. The student of alchemy should consider the memory, when employed as the instrument of the higher mind, as an invaluable adjunct to his experiment, for the processes of the human memory are remarkable indeed. And when these are coordinated with the mental body, superlative action is always forthcoming. Thus there are a number of individuals who can memorize and execute an entire symphony without noticeable flaw. Mathematicians, too, demonstrate marvelous faculties of mental control in their calculations which approximate infinite precision. Let each student of alchemy, then, recognize that he has within himself a higher mind that is capable of holding patterns of infinite dimensions. This mind functions independently of the outer mind without human restriction of any kind. Hence, as the vehicle of the higher mind, a purified memory body, feeding as it does the impressions of that mind to the outer mind, is indispensable to the alchemist. Let the sincere student who would ponder and practice methods of mind and memory control, which are the methods of God Himself, acquire the habit of consciously giving to this blessed higher mind, or Christ's self, the responsibility for designing and perfecting the embryonic ideas and patterns of his creation. For many of these patterns which at first appeared to be consciously conceived by the alchemist frequently have their origin within this higher portion of the blessed self. Remember, 24 hours of each day your higher mind is active in expanded dimensions. This blessed comforter, unknown and unexperienced by you outwardly, waits to be called into action and does function free of ordinary space-time limitations. Employ your higher mind, then, both as your apprentice and as your teacher, for the Holy Spirit of truth moving therein can lead you into all truth. I would like to call to the attention of the students that if they so desire, they can immeasurably assist themselves in the alchemical arts through outside reading. Care must be exercised in this, however, so that the byways of technology and scientific theory do not serve to divert the mighty flow of alchemy as the greatest science into byways of materialism where the ends are said to justify the means. I realize full well that many related subjects would not only be boring, but also beyond the comprehension of some of our students. Desiring not to limit the masses of mankind from having the blessings of alchemy, I have deliberately stated many of these points in such a way as to make them easily understood. Let no one feel, however, that all knowledge can be reached through a single approach or without effort and study. I suggest for those wishing more technical information to augment the course that they study wave propagation, the mechanics of the quantum theory, elementary and advanced chemistry and physics, seismology, astronomy, geology, and related subjects. These studies, together with courses in the humanities, the world's religions, and the Shakespearean plays, will be of immense value as you are guided from within and also by your personal taste. Let none feel that the pursuit of such extracurricular subjects is absolutely necessary or the mandate of the masters, for the teachings of greatest importance are included herein, albeit in some cases between the lines. Let God guide, and to those who do not recognize His reins, I say, fortune is as fortune does. I am a bit hopeful that material science will not look too much askance on the control of matter by the power of the mind and spirit. I doubt that religion could justly deny the so-called miracles which demonstrate, if they are to be believed, that individuals who have lived upon earth have been able to practice transmutation, which is simply changing one form into another, such as water into wine, amplification and multiplication of the atomic and molecular substance, such as multiplying the loaves and fishes, and precipitation of the elements, such as calling down fire from heaven. Equally wondrous feats performed by masters unascended and ascended indicate a most exact science of control over matter and energy. I myself have never questioned the truth of these matters, simply because I have always retained in humility my faith in the power of good to endure forever. Moreover, I am active in demonstrating the laws of alchemy which make of the entire process of the control of matter and energy an everyday affair. I realize that the uninitiated or those who have never seen these so-called miracles for themselves may easily question their authenticity. Alchemists of God, I do not now ask you to believe alone. I ask you to begin in some measure to demonstrate these truths for yourself. A few students of higher law have been able to externalize successfully one or more visible objects directly from the universal, such as a rose, a precious stone, or a cup of liquid essence, quickening both mind and body. Naturally, we are anxious to see people achieve the power of producing anything and everything directly from the universal. Yet such secrets can hardly be written down or spelled out in full, for we cannot upset the present economic system until greater justice is established by mankind on earth. But neither can these secrets be justifiably concealed from the worthy. Hence we have included marvelous keys in this total course which, to the eyes of the faithful or those who would strive to become so, will open many a door of progress. Every ascended master has these powers to precipitate at will, and therefore he never lacks for any good thing. Let unascended mankind ask themselves this question: how long will you spend your energy struggling to eke out a bare existence from nature's cupboard, which to some seems bare indeed, when all your needs can be met by mastering the cosmic laws which Christ Jesus and other great teachers have demonstrated by their own lives in the past? The use of the term light in alchemy includes light in its known visible aspects as well as in its invisible characteristics, some of which are yet unknown to physical science. When I produced rare gems and precious stones by means of alchemy, the methods I used could not have been easily applied by the average person who had not by discipline, faith, and meditative quietude established the necessary mind control. These methods are known to every initiate, and only an initiate could be so tempted of the dark forces as Jesus was, who, aware of his alchemical power, rebuked the temptation to use alchemy during the period of the testing of his faith. Rather than relieve physical discomfort by commanding, "These stones be made bread," as he might have done, he rendered his allegiance to the supreme God Presence and the Word of God and acknowledged these as far more important than the demands of his physical body. This enabled him to pass his test and to prepare for the disciplines which gave him his victory on the cross and in the tomb and carried him upward from Bethany's hill into the arms of God. However, the alchemy of spiritual progress seems less important to many who prefer the more spectacular modes of psychic phenomena to the attainment of those transmutative changes which will make them godlike. Little do men dream that the assurance, "All these things shall be added unto you," includes the power of control over wind and wave, of substance and energy, once man has made the kingdom of God his first and most important objective. Yet, balance is needed, and I am delighted once again to tell the students that the use of alchemy to work change in the physical octave is not inordinate in the least if it is properly used. The methods of alchemy can be simply stated and easily absorbed, but its precepts require the practice of a master artist. Nevertheless, results can come forth in diverse ways if the student will at least begin and try. There are many methods of precipitation, but here I shall outline just one of them in part. First, design a mental matrix of the desired object, then determine where you wish it to manifest. If you know the material substance of which it is composed, memorize its atomic pattern. If not, call to the divine intelligence within your higher mind to register the pattern for you from the universal intelligence and impress it upon your memory body and your mind. Recognize that light is an energy substance universally manifesting on Earth, thanks to the Sun center of being, the focal point of the Christ in this solar system. Call for light to take on the atomic pattern you are holding, to coalesce around that pattern, and then to densify into form. Call for the multiplication of this atomic structure until molecules of substance begin to fill the void occupying the space in which you desire the object to appear. When the total outline is filled with the vibratory action of the fourth-dimensional substance representing the desired manifestation, ask for the full lowering of the atomic density into three-dimensional form and substance within the pattern established by the matrix of your mind, and then await results. Do not be tense if your manifestation is not immediate or if after a reasonable length of time it appears that results are not forthcoming. Remember, blessed ones, despair destroys the very faith upon which your experiment is built. For faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. 9. And you must hold your faith as you hold the gossamer veil composing the mental image. If you have spent years in the grip of human emotions absorbing the discord of the mass consciousness and the doubts and fears by humankind, these records must be consumed by alchemical fires to make way for these nobler ideas and forms which you would image forth. To your new ideas you must give your time and your energy. Thus you begin to weave a web of fruition dedicated to spirituality, to the spiritualization of the material consciousness, and to the materialization of heavenly concepts right here on earth where the kingdom of God must come into manifestation. I would like to point out that the scanning method used in the projection of television pictures, whereby an electronic stream effect fluoresces on a screen and the electronic particles sweep in a horizontal linear pattern to create within a microsecond an eye picture, cannot be successfully used in alchemical precipitation, but is most suitable for the projection of mental pictures at a distance. In precipitation, a rapid expansion of the light rays in 3 dimensions must occur, and in the screen method, the optical image is on a flat, single-plane dimension. A study of cytology and embryology will provide the student with some understanding of how a single cell multiplies and reproduces. When you are dealing with instantaneous manifestation, the velocity and intensity of light must reach startling speed and power. It must be realized that the exercise of such control over matter by the mind is no ordinary process. While I do not say that ordinary people cannot master the technique of executing these laws, and that the most humble individual cannot be invested with or invest himself with such authority within the inalienable rights that God gives to man, I do not wish a sense of frustration to arise within those who may attempt to precipitate and then feel discouraged because they apparently fail. I say apparently, because the law does not fail. In most cases where direct precipitation does not occur, if the effort and the technique be pursued in full faith that the call compels the answer, an indirect precipitation will sooner or later be brought about whereby through one hand or another the desired manifestation does take place. Remember, this is divine artistry of the highest type. It is also co-creation with God and, as such, is best used by those whose purposes parallel the divine. Thus, when the will of man is aligned with the will of God, the light of God does not fail to precipitate that will in the fullness of time, space, and opportunity. I have devoted 6 lessons to this subject, dealing with practical methods for assisting the spiritual scientist in obtaining greater personal happiness each day through the merger of the person with the patterns of principle itself. But inner and outer peace and a sense of personal well-being are required for the successful development of one's spiritual powers, albeit some individuals may thrive in the midst of conflict. I admit that upon earth courageous leaders in many fields are needed to unfold and develop the type of society which could be considered to be designed by the gods. In addition to the alchemy of instantaneous precipitation, the alchemy of preparation is needed, whereby the use of one's energies and opportunities is planned in an intelligent manner so that life does not receive a hit-and-miss return on its investment of energy in an individual life stream. I am hopeful that my readers thus far have not been disappointed in the homey use I have made of their time and attention. I humbly submit that the rereading of this material may further enlighten you, each one, in the true depth of my perceptions, which are calculated to exalt those of various social and religious strata into areas of greater usefulness to themselves, to mankind, and to God. If, when the course is complete, I have in some measure accomplished that or augmented its possibility, I shall be content. Some of you may desire my personal guidance as you attempt your first alchemical precipitation. I shall gladly assist all who will silently request my aid, providing the motive be right and the desired change beneficial to your life plan, and providing you exercise care and prayer in seeking that God's will always be done. Let me suggest, then, that you attempt as a first effort the precipitation of an amethyst in the form of a Maltese cross. You see, this would be most excellent, for I have personally used alchemy to make many experimental models, and I am most happy to add my momentum to your own. From the simple to the complex, from the dawn of the beginning of the use of light's ray to the noontide zenith of progress, let all move in the byways of life as in a caravan of faith. Let each would-be alchemist aim at the mark of achievement. You build in the eternal day right now. I am dedicated to your success. Chapter 8, Commanding Consciousness. Now we approach with reverent hush, with the awe of sacred awareness, the great spiritual laws governing all outer manifestation. The purposes of God become more near to each one as they become more dear to him. Realize what folly it is to submit to the false tenets of any educational system. Yet it is equally foolish to deny the inherent truth and the tested precepts of academic knowledge. To know nature, know thyself, but master the art of sacred synthesis. Thereby the justice of truth shall serve to integrate within the field of knowing that inner relativity and cosmic measurement between nature and the self, whose precise mathematical action indicates that as God geometrizes, so man is able systematically to perceive and demonstrate a correlated understanding of the wondrous works of God's hands minus the fallacious wizardry of the carnal mind. By stripping human thought and feeling vibrations from the creative grace enfolded within each atom of the creation, the whole substance of life gleams, purified by eternal hands. Now this is as it should be. The grossest error, the most intense suffering, all are caused by an erroneous approach to pure reason. Do you realize, blessed children of mankind, that few there be upon earth who would knowingly persist in wrongdoing were they convinced with certainty that they were so engaged? It is up to the master alchemists of the race, then, to serve God and man to the ultimate by removing every trace of malice and ignorance from the screen of the human consciousness, commencing with each one's own personal concepts. Knowing how tenderly the students of this course are hanging on my every word, I am also imbued with a sense of reverence for the service at hand. I cannot conceive of how we can do less than answer the calls made unto us in accordance with the great cosmic law. Even an ascended being in close contact with mankind can become almost possessed with a sense of urgency and a desire to cut the chains which hold any blessed soul in bondage. Yet it is only possible for us to point the way and give such specific guidance and service as the karmic board has prescribed. The injunction, man, know thyself, must be applied by you to the pure truth of being and not to human concepts of what that truth is. It is dangerous, however, to be critical of another or of his concepts, for only the individual can apprehend, through the screen of his own being, his world and the cosmos beyond. When you realize the meaning of interpreting life for yourself, you will see how utterly impossible it is for you to perform this for another, inasmuch as the average person cannot successfully enter the consciousness of another life stream nor accurately assess his complete thought and feeling processes. This, by the grace of God, we are able to do, and the karmic board, in connection with the universally Christ selves of all mankind, is able to mediate. We often hesitate, unless mightily appealed to interfere in individual karma. Yet foolish unascended mankind often rush in to decide how an individual ought to live or think. I trust the students of this activity will come more and more to realize how helpful they can be to one another by holding the immaculate concept for each one's life plan and then leaving the guidance to that one's higher self. Well have I observed over the centuries how important is the service of ordered prayer. The daily offering of petitions has saved the lives of millions, expanded the lives of other millions, and blessed all life without limit. Prayer opens the door of God's intervention in human affairs. It provides an avenue whereby the ascended masters and cosmic beings who desire to serve the planet Earth and its evolutions can walk within the folds of universal justice and render special assistance because they have been called upon to do so. For the law decrees that the heavenly hosts must be petitioned by some among mankind, must be invited to intervene, before they are permitted to intercede on behalf of humanity. After all, would men retain their free will if heaven thwarted the attainment of every inordinate desire? Yet can those guardians of the race who perceive the error of mankind's actions fail to invoke on behalf of their misguided brethren assistance from the higher intelligence of God to cut life free from the crystallized effects of their erroneous concepts? To the alchemist the value of prayer is manifold. In addition to the aforesaid benefits, it provides an impetus to enhance his values and further the goal of divine truth, while the mental mold is in the process of coming into physical manifestation. The call of beloved Jesus at the hour of his greatest testing, "Nevertheless not my will, but thine be done," teaches a more advanced law of alchemy. When spoken by the alchemist at the moment of the sealing of the matrix, this call ensures that the guiding forces of power, wisdom, and love will amend the precipitated pattern where necessary in order that the more perfect designs of the Creator may come forth in the world of form. This places the whole process of precipitation within the force field of eternal perceptions and provides man, as a co-creator with God, with the added benefit of the assistance of the Almighty as he forms and develops his own idea pattern of destiny in accordance with cosmic purpose. In my most recent offering, I hinted at the possibility of other minds interfering with the process of precipitation, and while I wish no one to become fearful of this eventuality, I do want each one to be alert to protect himself by guarded silence. Guarded action and guarded meditation are additional guarantees that the freedom to create which God intends all to have will be the lot of everyone. Your visualization of a blue light around yourself, your matrix, and its manifestation will serve to focalize the desired protection. When Christ Jesus made the statement, "Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword," it caused consternation to many who followed him as the Prince of Peace, and it has continued to do so to the present hour. Beloved ones, that declaration, together with that which follows, "I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law," And a man's foes shall be they of his own household, have in common the purpose of conveying a message of protection to each life stream. The Savior proclaimed to all mankind the need to protect the very God design which belongs to them. Therefore, if some should presume to tell others how to live, they would be setting at variance family and friend. And if a man choose consciously to seek, find, and follow his own God design, although that very pattern may not please father, mother, friends, or society, that man should accept it albeit it set him at variance with those who yet hold the world concepts of fulfillment. In following Bethlehem's star, the inner lodestone of the Christ, one shares Gethsemane Calvary, resurrection's morn, and ascension's hill. Thus no one can have true peace until the sword of divine discrimination enables him to discern reality for himself and then to protect the inherent gifts and graces God has sealed within him in order to make of each life stream a glorious face in the master plan of the creation. I do not allow that an excuse for human stubbornness should arise from my preceding statement. Surely it should be realized that many well-meaning parents and friends do give sound advice, that many religious and educational leaders do likewise, and that much can be learned from listening to the wisdom of the learned and the well-informed. I am, however, interested in each individual's mastering for himself the process of self-discrimination whereby he develops the qualities of leadership and the ability to weigh the advices of others, obediently looking to the God above to penetrate the density of human reason with the light of his benevolence, which, I repeat, is the dawn and the substance of pure reason itself. Greater logic hath no man than the incomparable wisdom of the Logos. There is here, none the less, a point of danger, a thin ice state of consciousness where foolish aloofness is sensitized within the student, and in this state he declares, I need only God, and he alone must tell me all I would know. Well, dear ones, when the king bids the son to a feast, he employs servants to place the goods of his table before the son, who must then arise and partake of it for himself. So let all learn to recognize the true worth in others and in all things, but be not misled by the blindness of others. Now I come to a place where I am anxious to convey to you a great mystery in a manner whereby the very correctness of your apprehension will enable you to reap permanent benefits in your mind and affairs. It is this, the alchemist's understanding of consciousness as the supreme ingredient. Beloved ones, with God all things are possible. If you possess his consciousness, then it is now so for each of you. All things are, in fact, immediately possible to you in manifestation. If this is not your instantaneous experience, then you need more of his consciousness. So far, so good, you say. But how do I go about acquiring that nebulous commodity called consciousness? Beloved ones, what and where is your consciousness? The minute specks of physical matter or energy, atomic in nature, are composed of particles of light held within orbital paths, prescribed and imbued with intelligent action. This spiritual magnetism, infused with creative intelligence, power, and love, is a flux whose density permeates the entire sphere and realm of each atom, extending outward into molecular and cellular composition and thence through the elemental phases of nature, manifesting unto planetary scale. And when correctly understood, these particles shall be known to be whirling in infinitely fantastic orbital paths through solar, galactic, and universal densities. Relative size has enabled mankind to feel that his consciousness is body-confined or cell-confined, as the case may be. This concept of the ghost chained within the human machine is a total mistake. Although the flow of interacting forces may become more complex, still the concept of an expanding consciousness, simultaneous with an expanding universe, must be reckoned with if man will correctly master his affairs. Man is no more confined to his body than he is to an atom of substance within it or within his brain. Neither are the atoms of physical matter composing that body confined to it and limited in expression by that body or matter-mind density. The power of reaching outward and becoming a part altogether conscious of a whole in a marvelously spiritual manner is the gift of God to all. No one loses any part of that which is already his own by so doing, and no one takes anything away from anyone else through this sharing of the glories of God. The real meaning of the passage of Scripture in which John the Revelator referred to the little book which would be sweet in the mouth and bitter in the belly relates to his digestion of the idea of himself as containing the universe and the universe containing him. The book of life spoken of in Revelation is the lexicon of God, and the lexicon of God embraces the entire cosmos. Inasmuch as it spans all of the creation, let none take away another's portion or privilege to enjoy all of its cosmic truth, nor let anyone deprive himself of this, life's greatest privilege. To do so is to take away either one's own or another's portion, and surely then God, as law, shall confine the one so doing to the same sphere of limitation to which he has confined another. Let all in being their brother's keeper esteem the highest and best possibilities for everyone. Therefore, expand and contract the consciousness to sense not only the necessary internal realm of being, but also the externally expanding universe, and you shall find your consciousness leaping into the arms of the eternal alchemist himself. Now, it is not my intention to leave the many subjects included in this course without a spiritual and physical synopsis and an appendage of daily usefulness. Therefore, the next lesso shall include the golden chord, which should perhaps be spelled chord, for it is intended to create final harmonizing key in consciousness that will make this course of permanent and inestimable value to all. I am hopefully including such instruction as shall serve to frame the whole in a setting rare and lovely. But the whole herein referred to is you whole life. Master your consciousness by properly directing its attention, and possess thereby the key to God's precious storehouse of eternal substance. Fondly I am. Chapter 9. Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, "This is my own, my native universe." Part 1. If I could cite one area of application which the students need to work on more than any other, it is that of the expansion of the universal consciousness within the force field of the individual. The greatest need of mankind today, and I say this unequivocally, is the development and the nurturing of the sense of the universal as belonging completely to the individual. From thence is drawn the foregone conclusion that the individual must also be sensed as belonging to that universal cosmos so conceived. As the student of alchemy approaches the temple of being, of life, of oneness, he must, if he would correctly apprehend the meaning of existence and derive happiness therefrom, see himself as a diamond of light's perfection set in a mounting of perpetual elegance. Acknowledging his origin in those permanent realities which the interpretative mind and heart of being are able to apprehend and hold in the proper focus of perspective progress, man shall once again renew high intelligently guided drift toward sublime reality. There is no greater deterrent to progress than the isolationism that evolves out of the sense of separation from life, wherein the smallness of the ego, pitted against indeterminate odds, lurks in the shadows of uncertainty. Unforeseeable events of the future, by reason of their opacity, project little comfort into the longing heart which awaits some word from the creative mind of God, some foreknowledge of the depth of that love which God feels for each part of the vast whole of the cosmos in all of its immensity and greatness. From the least to the greatest minds, O earth, all need the benefit of lasting attunement with the universal consciousness of God. Mankind, through various religious concepts, have imagined God to be a creature-creator, simply because they themselves are creator-creatures. Using the tremendous outgoing energy of being, men have diligently imagined and imaged forth the nature of God, while only the few have apprehended the truth that God is consciousness, and as consciousness He is life, intelligence, will, and love manifest in a rich variety of dimensions and attributes. Now I tell you, God is a benign impersonal personality, a personal impersonality, a personal personality, and an impersonal impersonality comprising the manifold consciousness of being. He gives and gives of His creative self to the creatures He has made in the hope that they will apprehend His purposes and emulate His consciousness to the fullness with which He has endowed them. As they mature and grow throughout life, people imitate one another, consciously and unconsciously mimicking the personalities that touch their lives. They dwell in such a sense of unreality that they persist in identifying themselves as vile sinners. They accept not only the accusations of the accuser of our brethren, whose machinations are exposed in the 12th chapter of the book of Revelation, but also the burden of mounting waves of mass condemnation which, like a raging sea, threaten to drown the real image of the higher self in an ocean of emotion. The purpose of thought and feeling is to form the mold of fruitful and progressive experience, which in turn endows mankind with the highest aspects of his divine self. You see, blessed alchemists, your thoughts and feelings are the collimation lines that adjust and align your energies, focusing them through the lens of consciousness according to your free will for either constructive or destructive designs in the world of form. Mankind, in the mainstream of their influence, have misused the energies of their thoughts and feelings, and unaware of the consequences of their mental and emotional inconsistencies, irregularities, and incongruities, they have molded light's energies descending into their world into asymmetrical forms which, by reason of their nature, could never produce happiness for themselves or any other part of life. The idea of a temperamental, vengeful, or unjust God is abhorrent from the outset. The concept of an arbitrary deity who would show favoritism is likewise distressing. Hence, according to his awareness of the deity, man himself becomes the arbiter of his destiny, and, according to his uses of energy, the harbinger of truth or error in his life. The stratification of human consciousness from the aboriginal types unto the erudite 20th century man, skilled in philosophy, science, religion, and the higher mechanics of living, persists in its full range to the present day in various parts of the world. Honest individuals will even recognize in themselves these progressive steps of consciousness which, if progress is being made, are constantly in a state of flux. Now, it is true that it may be more comfortable, at least temporarily, for mankind to vegetate neath the sun and the moon in an isolated reverie, remote from the challenges of life, without benefit of the sometimes violent but always disturbing alchemical heat which, as Christic fires, acts to purge mankind of his dross. But I am certain that the soul which desires to climb the hill of attainment to reach the summit peaks will neither find fault with nor reject the necessary chain of experiences that are intended to broaden the mind, sharpen the intellect, exalt the spirit, and test the mettle of a man. While on the subject of the gradations of consciousness, remember that each level represents a phase of the alchemy of transition from the human to the divine. A just sense of the equal opportunity of all to apprentice themselves to the master alchemist is a prerequisite to personal freedom. To recognize the potential of a mobile and malleable consciousness is to recognize the soaring of the spirit. To be willing to accept personal responsibility for changing unwanted conditions within the domain of the self is to accept the responsibility of being a son of God. Those who cater to their egos and allow the energy patterns, i.e., vibrations, of personal jealousy to block the doorway to self-mastery as they court the attainment of another life stream will be hindered in their progress on the path until they have transmuted this propensity. Jealousy is in fact rooted in the doubt and the fear that Almighty God Himself is unable to bestow upon each one every good and necessary talent contributing to the fulfillment of His divine plan. Inasmuch as jealousy and competition between individual expressions of God are among the basic causes of all unhappiness upon earth, I would definitely underscore the student's need to put them to the flame. The threats to the alchemist's self-mastery posed by jealousy manifest in many subtle modes, so much so that many honest-hearted people are unaware of the fact that such tainted vibrations do from time to time play upon their feelings. Application made in prayer and supplication or as invocations and affirmations, called decrees, made in the name of God for the freeing of oneself from all conditions of struggle and strife, will bear the fruit of an active yet peaceful progress. You see, false identification with family and friends, the acceptance of limitations through heredity and environment, attachment to persons and places, to one's race, religion, nationality, or ethnic group must also be submitted to the flames of the refiner's fire for transmutation. Personal attitudes must be adjusted to impersonal laws, and thought and feeling patterns must be molded after more noble designs if the individual is to make true spiritual progress. I do not say that individuals should not be loyal to those whom they love and in whom they believe, but I do declare that man's first loyalty should be to his true self, his own God identity, and to his Christ's being, and then to those of like mind. Above all, the purposes and uses of life must be rightly understood and practiced. To awaken each day to another round of pursuing vain pleasures and the questionable hope of mortal expectation, herein lies a state of flaccid misery in which the soul is scarcely exercised. When the purposes of heaven are truly understood, man will welcome the dawn and receive each new day with joy. In the fullness of life man can hardly fear death. As I wrote in my essay of Death, under the name of Francis Bacon, it is as natural to die as to be born, and to a little infant perhaps the one is as painful as the other. Thus we now stand at a point in our alchemical studies where we must understand the meaning of the mortification of the body of untransmuted substance. Through the centuries men have taken great pride in the body. They have glorified it and deified it. Artists have painted it, sculptors have created beautiful statues exhibiting it, and in the end it has fallen into dust and decay. All the while this process of decay has been going on, the spirit of man has supposedly been creating houses of perfection eternal in the heavens. And this is true in part, for every good deed which man does while in the body is recorded to his credit in the great concentric rings of light and electronic substance which comprise his causal body, the body of first cause which is the dwelling place of the presence of the Most High God. As each individual man who is a manifestation of God has a causal body, so each individual has an I Am presence pulsating as the sacred fire in the center of that body. And in the auric force field surrounding that presence are the markings of his achievements for good upon his planetary home. One law, then, would I instill in the hearts of the students of alchemy. God is absolutely just, the universe is absolutely just. All injustice arises either in man's misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the flow of events or in man's mishandling of justice. Those who have not apprehended life correctly, those who remain ignorant of the laws of divine as well as human justice, cannot be relied upon to preserve the flame of justice. As I have stated before, every student must be willing to throw off the shackles of the false teachers and their false teachings. Every student must determine to break the chains of error even while he rejects the image of the world as a place where integrity is lacking and the suggestion that individuals are here to take advantage of one another. The well-known and often quoted entrepreneur P. T. Barnum said, "There's a sucker born every minute." Of course, people do not like to think that they are being taken advantage of. Therefore, they often try to outdo the other fellow before he outdoes them. This attitude is responsible for a most unhealthy climate in both commerce and society. While it is true that the responsibility rests with the world's leaders in every field to set an example of integrity, nothing should prevent the world's followers from manifesting that integrity which their leaders ought to manifest, or from exalting virtue as an example before them. There is much in the world's thought about itself that is accurate, but its inaccuracies have come to be accepted by individuals without question. Such tacit acceptance makes for both a weak civilization and a weak individuality. Therefore, in strengthening the bonds of freedom throughout the world, a new man must emerge from the social milieu. A new Atlantean must step forth clothed with the righteousness of the sun. A golden man for the golden age. This is the master alchemist. If this spiritual man, clothed with the power of the sun, clothed with the power of spiritual alchemy, clothed with the virtue that he already possesses but of which he is far too often unaware, is to stand forth today, it must be because he has offered the body of his corrupt substances to be thrown into the crucible of the alchemical furnace. The early Christian mystics and writers referred to this experience when they said that a man ought to die with Christ if he expected to live with him. This death of the old man with his deeds is confined to the crucible of the spiritual alchemical experience. Thus it is possible for all unwanted conditions in a man's life to be changed, that he may pass through a glorious transmutative epoch culminating in the putting on of the new man. Free at last of the dross of the human experience, man stands forth in all of the shining glory of the divine experience that is the wholeness of the resurrection. The agonies of Gethsemane may be compared to the spiritual preparation that the individual alchemist must make before knowingly and consciously committing himself to the crucible of life in order that he may emerge in the true glory of his being. This is dying with Christ in the certain hope that he will live again. Beloved ones, bear in mind that those who do not do so willingly and knowingly will still pass through the change called death, even if they persist in following the ways that lead to destruction. But this change, without the prior putting off of the old man, will not lead to the indestructible Christhood that God intends every son to manifest. It is a supreme demonstration of faith when a living soul, forsaking even self-love, offers himself as a living sacrifice in order that Christ's victory be glorified through him. Such is a career son of God. In closing part 1, I advocate that the seeker make any sacrifice necessary to the seeking out of the golden possibilities that gleam through the mists of time and space as spiritual reality, the hope of every man upon earth. Part 2. Beloved ones, just as heaven is not lost by a single thought or deed of a life stream, so heaven is not gained by a single thought or deed. Nevertheless, your life can become a daily round of victories whereby each step taken aright propels you into an expanding awareness of the beauty and glory of the newness of life. This is the resurrection from dead works of carnality into the living exaltation of the Christ consciousness of spirituality, vesting each one so dedicated with the mission of Jesus the Christ, one of the greatest alchemists of all time. Speaking of resurrection, I am reminded of the words, "In the beauty of the lilies Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us live to make men free, while God is marching on." The newly resurrected man, in whom Christ is born, in whom there is a transfiguring glory, is resurrected by the power of change, by the science of divine alchemy. In him the dawn of each new day takes on a spiritual significance never before experienced. He holds each day as a chalice of opportunity to live free and to make all men free. Then all of nature, in sweet communion with the yearning of his life stream to fan the fires of freedom, extends immortal hands of felicity. The trees, the flowers, the rocks, the earth, all of the variegated expressions of nature, Bow to that man who has made himself the instrument of freedom and extend to him the care and consideration of the Master Gardener himself. The Father who created the paradise of God, referred to in Genesis, is now perceived to be in fact the creator of all loveliness. The sylphs of the air, the undines of the sea, the fiery salamanders of the flame, and the gnomes of the earth are recognized as elemental spirits created to assist that one Father in bringing forth a kingdom of supreme loveliness and beauty. It is recognized by the perceptive alchemist that the carnal nature of man has been outpictured in part by the nature kingdom, for the elementals, from the smallest to the greatest, are great mimics of the human scene. As they have taken on human concepts of duality, thorns and thistles, pain and parting have been brought forth upon the screen of life. Yet with all of the despoiling of the virgin beauty of the earth by mankind's discord and inharmony, much that is lovely has remained, showing that the power of God is greater than the power of the deification of evil. Through friendship with the servants of God and man in nature, the compassionate alchemist learns to utilize the great spiritual flow of elemental life and finds in the presence of the Holy Spirit a cooperation with nature which formerly he did not even dream existed. Looking upon the blessed earth with the grandeur of its rolling plains, its fertile valleys, and its mountain ranges, gazing upon the crystalline mirrors of its lakes and flowing streams interlacing the terrain and conveying the water element in channels of varying depth, mankind become filled with reverent wonder. The planetary veins and arteries conveying the tireless energy of the Eternal One from place to place upon the spinning globe of the world, the blue dome of the sky with the golden sun disk to warm and revivify mankind, the silent night with the crystal moon and diadems of stars like unto the Pleiades, all of these are flooded with a sense of unity which pervades all things. Nowhere is unity felt with greater meaning than in the depths of the heart of the individual who is in complete attunement with God and his own I Am presence, the individualized identity of the perfection of the Creator himself. That body of historical error composed of myriad carnal events and human misqualifications is changed now by the alchemical fires of spiritual regeneration, and in its place the wholeness of the real being of man stands forth. He is no longer a part. He is the all of creation. These valleys and hills, these diadems of stars and far reaches of space are a part of himself. He is all of them and in them all. With this supernal sense of ever-present wonder, man is able, as an integral manifestation of God, to perform the miracles of the great alchemist and make his world the wondrous glory of the resurrection. Old senses are passed away, all things are become new. With that I wish to give the students a coup d'oeil into advancements which shall be forthcoming in the world of science. I am interested in offering a preview of man's greater control of the elements in this studies in alchemy, because some of our would-be alchemists can be instrumental in the production of these new techniques or in calling them forth from the universal. Let us consider for a moment the development of the mind switch. At present, lights, elevators, doors, and many devices are activated by switches or electronically, and engineers are at work upon a typewriter which will type phonetically sentences spoken directly into it. The mind switch is even more revolutionary, for it will enable men to direct mechanical apparatus and electrical functions through brain waves by the mastery of the energy currents flowing through the mind. Of course, many amusing situations could be construed in which two individuals might transmit divergent impulses simultaneously. This should pose no problem, for they would but cancel each other out or the stronger would overcome the weaker of the transmitted thought wave. Another development of the coming age will be a camera so sensitized that it will make possible the photographing of the human aura. This will enable physicians to discover the fundamental causes of many physical diseases, as well as the solution to psychiatric problems related to the emotions and subconscious records of past experiences, even in previous lives unknown to the patients themselves. The wave patterns caused by criminal tendencies and crimes recorded in the etheric body will also be photographed, or recorded by sensitive instruments in graphic form similar to the process now used to record brain waves and impulses of the nervous system. Evidence of guilt or innocence will thereby be afforded those administrators of justice who formerly relied on incomplete knowledge of events in the penalizing of delinquent individuals. With the advent of greater understanding of magnetism, it will be possible to so amplify the power of magnetism as to suspend furniture in midair without any form of visible support. A new optical development is forthcoming which will increase mankind's exploration of the submicroscopic and atomic world. In this field, the magnification of images with great clarity will become possible by methods not previously encountered. With this advancement, certain methods of transmutation will be made known to the chemists of the world, whereby the synthesis of new elements will be achieved as simply as a child plays with blocks. A new form of aeronavigation and transportation will be made possible by utilizing an electronic ray played upon the metal of which the airship itself is composed, negating the gravitational influences upon it and giving it a quality of lightness similar to helium. This will enable it to rise in complete resistance to the power of gravity. The ship can then be directed by atomic jets in such a manner that a safer form of locomotion will be made available to all. A breakthrough in color television enabling increased clarity in the ranges of color tones and values should come forth before too long. Through the means of orbiting satellites such as those that are currently circling the Earth, a new method of studying the weather and of mapping it will cause mankind to realize the need for a central control station for the weather in order to direct its conditions over most of the landed areas of the world. I feel, however, that this could be the subject of much controversy and may eventually be dropped until the time when greater unity and amicability exist between various interest groups and among the family of nations. The work begun many years ago by Luther Burbank, who acted under the direction of the hierarchy in his experiments with nature and the grafting of plants, will be brought to a new degree of perfection as certain influences within the hearts of the seeds themselves are revealed through advanced studies in cytology. Within the heart of the desert cactus is locked a secret whereby the arid areas of the world can indeed be made to blossom as the rose and produce all manner of fruits and vegetables with far less moisture than is presently required. Water shortages may thus be alleviated. The present surge in world population, which seems to have caused many demographers to review and revise the doctrines of Malthus with the aim of extinguishing or limiting human life in complete contradiction to God's laws, will prove of less concern to future societies as they become aware of marvelous methods of increasing agricultural production, of harvesting the wealth of the sea, and of the unlimited use of atomic energy in advanced city planning as well as in interplanetary colonization. There is a purpose in the plans of God which far transcends the understanding of the human intellect and the memory of history upon earth. The wonders that are to come will soon be dwarfed by still greater wonders, and therefore all life should live in a state of constant expectancy. It is the joy of the mind of God to give richly of His blessing. But above all, may I counsel you now, students of the light and all mankind, obtain first from God the Father the wisdom to live peaceably, to deal gently and courteously with one another, to promote the education of mankind the world around, and especially by honest efforts to prevent the increase in number of those indigent individuals who are prone to commit crimes against society. The value of training the young in a proper manner and encouraging them to live lives of useful service and good character cannot be overestimated. Political scandals within the nations of the world and the harshness of police-state methods, as enforced in communist-dominated countries, must be overridden by the sword of the Prince of Peace. The Prince of Peace is imaged in the compassionate Christ going forth to teach all nations that the way of God is good, that his wonders are intended to be used and possessed by all and exclusively by none. A higher way of life than vain competition must be pursued. Men must become gods, pure and less motivated by status seeking. Teach this truth. The sharing of the grace of heaven is a message of eternal watchfulness from the great white brotherhood to all upon earth. Abundance and peace go hand in hand, and this state of felicity is the will of God. Let this planet, by the power of spiritual and natural alchemy, arise to build new homes, new churches, new schools, a new civilization, new concepts, new virtue, new greatness, all in the bonds of eternal confidence which blazes forth from the very heart of God and is anchored within your own physical heart as the expanding flame spark of the immortal alchemist himself. Part 3. The feeling of aloneness should be transmuted and superseded by the certainty of all oneness. Man came forth from God as good, and he shall return to that goodness by becoming like it through the dignity of freedom and choice. The power, love, and wisdom of God are never tyrannical but gently bestow upon each individual creature of the creation the blessedness of opportunity to know God without limit. Forgiveness, mercy, justice, peace, achievement, and progress toward ultimate supremacy are the gifts which life holds for all. Through the process of descent into matter and form, man, as a part of God destined to become ultimately victorious, is made the conscious master of all he surveys, so long as he is not forgetful of his source. By identifying with the gross, man becomes almost at once entangled in a web of human creation whose snarls, like the thread of Ariadne weaving through the labyrinthian cave of subterranean matter, bring him face to face with the Minotaur who dwells in the lower octaves of consciousness waiting to devour the Christ. Escape is freedom. That which descends and is committed to form and density must, in obtaining its freedom, ascend back to that source from whence it came. To do this prematurely is an error, and therefore the Father, or I Am Presence, knows of each life stream the day and hour when he is truly ready. Until the fullness of outer circumstance is transcended and transmuted in a manner whereby the life stream has fulfilled his original purposes for entering the orbit of Earth, he should continue his training and preparation in accordance with the universal plan. Surely thoughtful individuals will quickly recognize that marrying and the giving in marriage, procreation and the perpetuation of present modes of civilization are not of themselves the ultimate purposes of life. All the world as a stage is not the cosmic Colosseum, and ere the curtain is drawn on the final act, the drama of man's existence shall be played out in many corners of the universe undreamed of by either early or modern man. Men's dreams of heaven are but fond glimpses into the imagery of Elysium graciously afforded mankind as encouragement until the time when they are able to expand their own spiritual vision and behold reality in the wonders of the Father in his many cosmic mansions. The supreme purpose of God for every life stream upon earth is the selfsame victory which beloved Jesus manifested from the hill of Bethany. The accent of Christendom upon the agony of Gethsemane, the crucifixion, and the vigil in the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea has often eclipsed the great significance for every man, woman, and child of the glories of the resurrection and mysteries of the ascension. Misunderstanding of the law of cause and effect and failure to apprehend the atonement of the universal Christ originated in the human concepts that were introduced in the parable of Eden and continue to the present day, perpetuated by the hoary mists of time and dogma. Unfortunately, the vicarious atonement has been ignorantly accepted and is widely used as an excuse for wrongdoings and their continuation. Thus, surrounded by an aura of godly but needless fear, men have persisted in passing on fallacies from generation to generation in the name of God and Holy Writ. The registering of discord and wrongdoing upon man's four lower bodies, i.e., the physical, mental, memory, and emotional bodies, is effected by scientific law, cosmically ordained and itself the very instrument of creation. As creators, men have sown the wind and reaped a karmic whirlwind. The victory of the universal Christ, which beloved Jesus demonstrated, was intended to show to man the way that would conduct him safely back to God's image. That way was revealed as the Christ, or divine light within every man that cometh into the world. It is this wondrous light, then, which is the light and life of the world, of every man's individual world. Only by walking in the light as He, the universal Christ, is in the light can men return to the Father's house. The forgiveness of sins is a merciful instrument of the great law whereby retribution, or the penalty for wrongdoing, is held in abeyance in order that a life stream may have the freedom to go and sin no more, and then be given the opportunity for greater spiritual progress. However, forgiveness does not absolve the soul of the requirement to balance the energies misused by the alchemical fires of transmutation. The balancing of wrongs done to every part of life, including the self, must be accomplished in full with cosmic precision. Hence, every jot and tittle of the law must be fulfilled either here or hereafter. This process need not be a fearful looking for of judgment, 15, but it should preferably be a happy expectation of opportunity for service to life and the freeing of life's imprisoned splendor. For by ministering unto life individually and universally, and by calling forth the alchemical fires on the altar of being, the individual can undo all of the inharmonies which he has thoughtlessly cast upon its beauteous presence. Truly, those who have been forgiven much can love much, for they perceive the need to be everlastingly grateful for the goodness and mercy of God which endure forever. One of the major causes of recalcitrance, arrogance, willful wrongdoing, disobedience, rebellion, and stubbornness is the vain hope of individual attainment without individual effort or of personal salvation without personal sacrifice. Mankind do not relish the idea of painstakingly withdrawing every thread and snarl they have placed in the garment of life or of attaining heaven by honest application. Yet they must one day face this truth of themselves. Therefore, the present, when truth and justice of opportunity are at hand, is the right and accepted time. Behold, now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. The desire to find a scapegoat for one's sins in a world teacher or savior is not in keeping with the cosmic principles undergirding the law of the atonement. A master of great light such as Jesus the Christ or Gautama Buddha may hold the balance for millions of souls who are not able to carry the weight of their own sinful sense. This holding action is a staying of the law whereby, through mercy and through the personal sacrifice of one who keeps the flame for all, mankind might find their way back to God and then, in the power of the rebirth and in the presence of the Holy Spirit, return to take up the unfinished business of balancing their debts to life. Christ is the Savior of the world because by His immaculate heart He postpones the day of judgment, affording humanity additional opportunity in time and space to fulfill the requirements of immortality. I cannot, in the holy name of freedom, resist speaking out on these matters. For many have suffered in the astral world after the change called death, and when they came before the lords of karma to give an accounting for their lives, they were found wanting. Unfortunately, this may have been only because while on earth they accepted false religious doctrine and, in their misguided state, failed to do well in the time allotted to them. Then came to pass the words God spake to Adam's son, "Sin lieth at the door," that is to say, the record of the misuse of God's energy is at hand. Render an accounting. In God's scheme of world order, the propitiation for sin is permanent and effective, for the violet fire will transmute every unwanted condition and balance all by light. This light is the universal Christ, the precious violet flame, an aspect of the Comforter S20 consciousness, is the friend of every alchemist. It is both the cup and the elixir of life that cannot fail to produce perfection everywhere when it is called into action. After the violet flame has performed its perfect work, then let all rest in their labors that God may move upon the waters, waves of light, of the creation to produce and sustain the righteousness of His eternal law. The climax or initiation of the ascension can and will come to all, even to little children, when they are ready for it, when at least 51% of their karma has been balanced. This means that 51% of all the energy ever given to their use has been transmuted and put to constructive purpose, and their hearts are just toward God and man, aspiring to rise into the never-failing light of God's eternally ascending presence. When this gift is given to anyone by his own I Am presence and the karmic board, the appearance of age drops from him as swiftly as a smile can raise the lips, and the magnetism and energy of that one becomes the unlimited power of God surging through his being. The dross of the physical, the weariness of the emotional body, tired of hatred and its monstrous creations, the ceaseless rote of the mental body, all drop away and are replaced in perfect ease by their divine counterparts. The feelings become charged by the love of God and the angels. The mind is the diamond, shining mind of God, omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent. The total being is inspired and aspiring. Thus that which once hopefully descended now ascends back into the light from whence it came. One with the company of angels and the nature and friendship of the ascended masters, and in fellowship with the august fraternity of the great white brotherhood, each such one, by the divine merit within, attains the fullness of all that God would ever bestow upon each son without respect of any man's person, but in joyful acknowledgment of man's victory. Thou art my beloved Son. This day have I begotten thee. Epilogue. Religion and spirituality are no shame. These are the implements of the eternally creative art. These are the friends of the alchemist who would change every base element of human nature and all life into the gold of Christ's accomplishment. In this teaching are keys to the highest portal. They must be fitted in the lock to gain entrance to the highest initiation. I am the door to the progressive unfoldment of ever-ascending planes of consciousness, all within your lovely God presence. I am. Blessed ones, you are not limited in alchemy merely to the drawing forth from the universal light of three-dimensional objects. Alchemy can be mastered in order to illumine the mind, to heal any unwanted condition, and to spiritually exalt man's total nature from its base state to the golden standard where the golden rule is law. With you, as with God, all things are possible. There is no other or higher way. For example, the brilliance of present Soviet science cannot win the universe for the blessed children of Mother Russia. Only God can bring eternal satisfaction to the whole earth. Let the ungodly tremble, for they shall be cut down as grass. 22 But the righteous shall shine as the sons of the great alchemist, Almighty God. Further studies in alchemy are available to all who would progressively advance in this science of self-dominion. Some of this material I am releasing in the lessons of the Keepers of the Flame Fraternity, some in the weekly Pearls of Wisdom written by the Masters of our Brotherhood, and some I shall bring to you individually in answer to your heart's calls. But call you must if this cause which is just shall be fulfilled in you. Call unto me, and I will answer thee, declares the Most High God. The Father shall reward you openly for each prayerful call you make in secret. Within the inner recesses of your heart, unknown by any man, you may ever silently call. There in your heart is the crucible of the eternal essence, the white stone, the elixir and full potency of life. Alchemists of the sacred fire, here is the sacred cosmic formula. Theos equals God, rule equals law, you equals being. Theos plus rule plus you equals God's law active as principle within your being. Try. I am in constant attunement with your true being. Book 2. Wherein lies happiness? In that which becks our ready minds to fellowship divine, a fellowship with essence. Till we shine, full alchemized and free of space. Behold the clear religion of heaven. Keats and Endymion. Chapter 1. Create. When the great alchemist's spirit breathed into man's nostrils the breath of life, the fire of creative spirit filled the clay tabernacle. An embryonic God was born. The practical aspects of alchemy are to be found in manifestation only in the one who has developed the power to execute the design of freedom. Whatsoever bindeth is not the friend of the alchemist, yet it is the goal of the alchemist to bind the soul to its immortal tryst in order that the pact of life might be sanctified even as the precious gift of individual identity is accepted. Now, the identity of the alchemist is to be found in the mandate create. And in order that he might obey, the fiery energies of creation are dispensed to him each moment. Like crystal beads descending upon a crystal thread, the energies of the creative essence of life descend into the chalice of consciousness. Neither halting nor delaying in their appointed course, they continue to fall into the repository of man's being. Here they create a build-up for good or for ill, as each iota of universal energy passes through the recording nexus and is imprinted with the fiat of creation. The fiat reflects the intent of the will of the individual monad. When the fiat is withheld, there is an idling of the great cosmic furnace as the talent of the descending chaliced moment is rejected by the consciousness and becomes an opportunity lost. Where there is no qualification, no fiat of intent, the energy retains only the God identification of the talent without the stamp of individualization, and thus it falls into the coffers of the life stream's record without having received so much as an erg of qualification. The creative process, then, is of little significance to the individual who does not recognize the mandate to create, for by his non-recognition he forfeits his God-given prerogative. As a result of man's neglect of his responsibility, the fiat of God was given that is recorded in the book of Revelation. Thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. The fiat to create must be heeded, but let us pray God that men heed well the sovereign responsibility that life has given them to create after the pattern of the divine seed. Well might they emulate the elder gods of the race and the royal priesthood of the order of Melchizedek in their creative endeavors, that they might convey upon the energy chain of life that peculiar and fascinating aspect of cosmic genius that is the nature of the eternal God. So long as individuals allow themselves to be kept in a state of constant fear, so long as they deny themselves the great benefits of universal hope, so long as they fail to take into account the meaning of the promise, His mercy endureth forever, so long shall they continue in ignorance to deny themselves the bliss that exudes from the rightful exercise of spiritual privilege. To belittle the soul of man, to cast it down into a sense of sin, frustration, and self-condemnation is the work of the princes of darkness. But it is ever the forte of the sons of heaven, of the ascended masters, and of the cosmic beings to elevate that supreme nobility which is both the fabric and the content of the soul into such prominence in the life of man that he might hear the dominant word of the eternal God in ringing tones, "Thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee." Man must enter into a pact of universal trust based on his own inner commitment to the grace of God that will not prohibit him from exercising the power of the living Word to emulate the Masters, to emulate the only begotten of the Father, to emulate the Spirit of comfort and truth. And when he does, he will find opening to his consciousness a new method of cleansing his soul by the power of the Lord's Spirit. Then he will come to understand the meaning of the statement made concerning Abraham of old, that Abraham's faith was imputed unto him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of God. And so it is, not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts, that man accomplishes the alchemical feat of transmuting the base metals of human consciousness into the gold of Christ's illumination. Human might and human power can never change man's darkness into light, nor can they deliver humanity from the sense of struggle that bans from their lives the acknowledgement of the God-given potential that lies within the domain of the self. The victorious accomplishments of the Master Jesus, together with the greater works, which he promised that the disciples of Christ would do, because I go unto my Father, remain in this age, as in ages past, a fiat of universal freedom. Thus the works of the alchemists of the Spirit beckon the souls of men to forsake their attitudes of self-condemnation, self-pity, self-denegation, self-indulgence, and overreaction to the errors of the past. For when men learn to forgive and forget their own mistakes, their hearts will rejoice in the acceptance of the word from on high, "What God hath cleansed, that call not thou common." Recognizing, then, that the potential of every man rests in his immersion in the great soundless sound stream of living light energy from the heart of the universal Christ, we say, let the power of the Holy Spirit, worlds without end, exert its mighty cosmic pressures upon the soul of the would-be alchemist until he emerges from the fiery furnace pliable, whited, and pure in the willingness to obey the fiat of the Lord to create first a clean heart and then to renew in self a right spirit. God is a spirit, and as the supreme alchemist who has the power to work change in the universe, he is able to convey his passion for freedom to the soul of any man who will accept it. His is the passion which produces in man the miracle of unfoldment through a sense of the real. His is the passion that will drive from the temple those money-changers and bargainers who would literally sell the souls of men in the marketplaces of the world. We are concerned with creating in the student of alchemy a conscious awareness of the power of the Spirit to convey the transmutative effect of the universal alchemist into the lives and beings of embodied humanity. It is through this awareness that they shall be exalted in a manner which they have never before experienced, for at last they shall have recognized that within themselves the cosmic key seed of universal potential lies literally entombed. To resurrect, then, the spirit of the cosmic alchemist means that we must seek before we shall find, that we must knock before the door shall be opened. We must, in the ritual of true faith, be content to commit ourselves to Him who is able to keep and to save to the uttermost those who believe in His manifold purposes. These are centralized in the one purpose of unfolding the consciousness of the stone which the builders have rejected, of the Christ that is the head of every man. In the concept of the abundant life is to be found the radioactive principle of the expanding God consciousness into which any man may drink without depriving his brother of one iota of his inheritance. There is no need, then, for jealousy or a sense of struggle to function in the lives of the true alchemists, and wise are they who will submit themselves to the pressures of the divine law, who will seek to purge themselves of all unclean habits stemming from mortal density and of doubt and fear, which are the root cause of man's non-fulfillment of his destiny. Those who dare to submit to the will of God will come to the place where their souls can at last welcome, face to face, the overcoming spirit that makes possible the transfer of the consciousness of the great alchemist to the consciousness of the lesser alchemist. Through this transfer, hope is amplified in the microcosm of self, and the miracle of emerging chrysalis is beheld. Then the soul, feeding upon the living word which throbs within, finally understands its raison d'etre in the fiat of the light create. It is incumbent upon each life, then, to create according to the patterns made in the heavens. He who can produce the miracle of these patterns in his life is also able to have all things added unto him. For by his seeking first the kingdom of heaven, the earth herself yields to his dominion. In this series on intermediate alchemy, I am, in the name of Almighty God, creating in the consciousness of the disciples who apply themselves to this study a spirit of inner communion. Through this spirit, a focus of my own flame, the Most High God and the hierarchy of light shall focus, by the power of universal love, a climate within the consciousness of the student that shall enable him to obtain his rightful place in the divine scheme. Then the kingdom will flower and men will perceive that they need not engage in struggle or seek by violent means to obtain that which God is ever ready to give unto them. The lingering fear in the worlds of men is of the dark, whereas faith, hope, and charity are the great triune bearers of light who exalt reality and lead men toward the light. Ready for action, I remain the Knight Commander. Chapter 2, Practical Alchemy. The history of man's devotion to the cause of freedom may never be written either for the planet or for the individual. Therefore, man will never know by outward study the true story of freedom. Nevertheless, through the outreach of the Spirit of God in man and its wondrous attunement with the central clearinghouse for every part of life, he may enter into the Akashic records of those solemn moments in the lives of other men and thereby perceive how they obtained their victory. Even as the alchemist builds on the discoveries of his predecessors, so there is an inner teacher within every heart who tutors the outer self, subduing it when necessary and guiding the fires of the mind in their search for the oftentimes invisible strands of reality. When the subject of creation is given more than ordinary consideration, man begins to realize that his own destiny lies as a gift in his hands. He has always looked to God for assistance, and God has always looked to man that he might convey to him every good gift and all the support which man could reasonably receive and acknowledge. Unfortunately, even in those periods of their most advanced meditations, mankind have seldom glimpsed the necessary cosmic pattern of what they are and what they shall be. The secrets of alchemy are always to be found in the domain of creation. If man has not the power to create, he is not truly free. Therefore, the stream of energy that God is giving to him in ceaseless descent must needs be channeled into matrices of creative desire patterned after the divine will, but when misqualified, these energies form the links of the chain that binds him. Our first step, then, is to abort and to transmute the negatively qualified substance in the world of every would-be alchemist. The power of the violet transmuting flame, as an agent of the Holy Spirit, can be called forth from God for the purification of man's world. It should be noted, however, that this power is seldom recognized until the alchemist has invoked the flame for a considerable period of time. But, practice as he will, his use of the flame will not be enough to transform his world unless the correct scientific attitude is maintained. The alchemist who insists on exalting his own human will and ego in contradistinction to the divine will and ego cannot possibly receive the great gifts which the Spirit seeks to convey. I know that many people are reluctant to release themselves completely into the hands of God. They are willing to go part of the way, and they gingerly step forward when the higher will seems to flatter their own, but because they have not let go of the human will, they find in the end that their efforts are unrewarded. Man cannot bargain with God. Nevertheless, Cosmos is far more ready to give every good and perfect gift to man than man is ready to receive it. The problem, then, lies not in the ocean that is filled with pearls, but in the diver himself, who must be willing to acknowledge the presence of the treasures of heaven in the cosmic depth. Treasures that heaven intends man not only to discover but also to possess. By incorrect attitudes, men have kept themselves from the kingdom of heaven. They have sought through magic and, unfortunately, even through witchcraft to win for themselves that which could be obtained on a permanent basis only by willing submission to the will of God, to His intents and His purposes. How long will men deceive themselves? How long will they prevent themselves, by their fears, from surrendering to the living purposes of God? It is as though they would not relinquish their money to the merchants in the shops until they held in hand the intended purchase. There is no bargaining with God or with Cosmos. Cosmos is ever willing to convey the highest and best gifts to man, but in order to receive them, man must change his attitude. Those who are schooled in the knowledge of the world may believe in their hearts that they have found through academic pursuits the key to the governing of the senses and to gaining entree into the realms of the spirit. We say, not so. For neither by intellect nor by self-righteousness shall men obtain the highest gift. These gifts will come as the natural unfoldment of the soul who submits to the grace of God and understands that having done so, he can rightfully expect the divine revelation to manifest within himself. And when that revelation comes forth, it is received within the hallowed circle of righteousness and reason, a righteousness that does not do despite to his neighbor, that seeks no harm to any, and a reason that understands that the best gifts of the Spirit relate to the realm of the practical. The practicality of God must not be employed as a weapon to destroy the mystical beauties of the Spirit. On the contrary, it must be used to draw the divine mystery to the focal point of individual manifestation. As the flesh came forth and was animated by the Spirit, so practicality must come forth and be animated by the creative purposes of God. Then God will take man by the hand and lead him through the realm of perfect order to a place where man will perceive that the world and all things in it were originally created according to a perfect cosmic pattern. Here he will be shown that each individual was intended to manifest a specific facet of the divine intent, and that each facet of the grand design was created to complement the other and to produce thereby the miracle beauty of an everlasting kingdom, worlds without end. How can men imagine that the mind that created man in all of his wondrous parts, the universe, the stars, the suns, the spiritual realms, would be so lacking in foresight as to fail to provide a way of escape for those who might wander from the cosmic blueprint? Did not his practicality bestow upon man the fullness of the divine conveyance expressed in the command, "Take dominion over the earth"? One man, then, was and is intended to be a practical manifestation of God, learning how to master his environment by cosmic wisdom united with his own natural intelligence. We have seen, however, that man becomes discouraged when he realizes that although he has exercised his mental faculties to the point where his mind is literally crammed with an encyclopedic knowledge of the world, he is nevertheless mentally muscle-bound and powerless to take dominion over his personal affairs, much less the earth, because he is spiritually anemic. Now, such discouragement is the result of the individual's failure to recognize the fact that he is actually a monadic part of God. He does not know, for he has not been told, that in his silent eternal union with the mind of God, he is tied to a giant computer. Through this computer all knowledge is immediately available by spiritual transmission to those who will use it to do the will of God. But the bounds of man's habitation, including the bounds of his mental probings, which are prescribed by cosmic law, cause this wisdom to be withheld from that part of the universe which is not yet ready to assume its role in taking dominion over the earth and in making itself functional with the powers of the universal Christ. The key, then, to the practice of advanced spiritual alchemy lies in the alchemist's understanding of the purposes of the brotherhood and in his consciously yoking himself together with those who are pledged by word and deed to the fulfillment of those purposes. Little do men realize when they begin to pursue the study of alchemy how deeply involved it will become and how deeply they will become involved in it. For unless there is an immersion of the self in the sea of universal wisdom and purpose, the soul cannot be saturated, the sponge cannot be wetted, and the energy so needed for transmutation cannot be evoked. If I seem to be releasing the secrets of the ages slowly into the minds of the hurried and harried students who would like to overcome all things in a moment, let me say that you today are receiving from the retreats of the Brotherhood more information than we ourselves received in the past when we were undertaking our own novitiate. In your patience, then, possess ye your souls, but be diligent in studying the various aspects of being which from time to time will be pointed out to you, sometimes from the most unexpected sources. Be ready to find in the smallest gift an intricate treasure that, like a piece in a great puzzle, may not at first seem relevant. Again I say, be patient, for time, in marching on, reveals eternal patterns. Therefore, to decline the search or to reject the means of cosmic study which makes possible the search is an error of the first magnitude. Let all who are receiving this form of instruction rejoice and be glad, seeing in the very opportunity for self-study the need to render the service to the brothers of acquainting others with the teaching. Thus, by making available the gift of life to receptive souls, Heaven shall respond and give a greater gift to the souls of you who have proven that you are willing to labor and to wait. Perfection is forthcoming, and it is the perfection of a master mason, a builder who, in idealizing perfection in the universe, has no alternative but to idealize it in himself. This is the builder who sees the need to cleanse the very foundation of residue in his world, to submit to the washing of the water by the word and to the cleansing of the sacred fire. This is the builder who sees the need to know what the tools of the aspirant are and how these tools may be employed in the service of self, in the service of humanity, and thus ultimately in the service of his God. Let us, then, reiterate for all that life is not so simple as men have dreamed, but it is a scheme so vast and tall as to literally enfold us all. Men and gods and masters, too, parts of life you do not view right now, but one day will, if you will only learn to listen and be still, knowing I am God within. To His glory I live. Chapter 3. Little does the beginning alchemist realize the need for a spiritual alliance. If men are critical of the appearance of oppositional aspects in religious endeavor such as struggles among the brethren, their ungodly attitudes, their criticism, condemnation, and judgment of one another, let them realize that that which is below is not the product of that which is above, but remains a part of human creation which is no real part of God. It is to genuine spiritual brotherhood, then, that we would direct your attention, for the alchemist who seeks but his own unfoldment can never manifest aught but a relatively weak potential. Those who ally themselves with the Brotherhood of Light are utilizing the functional power of the great alchemist not as a mighty ocean pouring through a narrow inlet, but as the great ocean roaring to the perfection of itself. Thus in all true striving, the hand, aware of the head, blesses the feet that march in progress toward an appointed goal. Freedom, then, is a name and a game, but the stakes are very high. The great alchemist demands absolute obedience from every adherent and from all who would practice the game of victorious becoming. Man is a limited creature. He is limited by the MES alliances he has formed, often in the bane of ignorance. Therefore, we must commence by literally turning the being of man upside down and inside out. We must ferret out the little tricks that have been employed by the finite self in maintaining its own sovereignty over the lives of others, for it is the sense of struggle that has actually created a struggle in the lives of countless millions. But when they shed that sense, when they perceive that the universe is a harmonious working together of light serving light, they will hasten to be about the Father's business of transmuting the shroud that covers the earth, the shroud that is composed of the elements of mankind's own insanity and destructive emotional patterns. The sacred fire has been distorted through the misuse of sex, and sacred music has been aborted through the introduction of astral and voodoo rhythms. The new moralities of the people must be seen for what they are, simply the old and sordid outworkings of Sodom and Gomorrah come again. Children are taught to pay homage to personalities, and thus they follow after rock and roll idols who themselves are the victims of the demons of darkness. The brutal noises of these Pied Pipers jar the fine sensibilities of the soul and destroy the inner electronic machinery that would enable the youth to attune with the Spirit of God and to decipher the tongues of angels. The game now is to draw the youth into a spirit of rebellion before they have the opportunity of developing a correct understanding of life and of their destiny won as heirs of God. But I cannot honestly say that their elders have excelled in virtue, nor do I find that the power of example has been spread abroad in the world as it should. The ancient proverb, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it," has failed of expression in many generations. Nevertheless, we must not destroy the foundation of hope in the world, for although there have been failures, there have also been numerous successes, many of them unchronicled in the annals of the race. And so whereas we do indeed, and rightly so, condemn mankind's increasing lack of morality, their licentious spirit and struggle for ego expression, and whereas we do condemn the violent and indiscriminate overthrow of institutions and standards long upheld by the Brotherhood as guidelines for the working out of karmic imbalances, we also accede that an enormous amount of God's energy has been misqualified in this and past ages. Therefore, the trends toward misqualification must be challenged at the same time that they are being reckoned with as karmic factors by those who are determined to override man's density and to bring into manifestation the long-awaited kingdom. Have men failed in the past? Then the record of that failure is a magnet to draw them down, and strong counteracting forces must be kindled. The power of heaven must be reharnessed, and men must turn from darkness toward the light. There is, then, a purpose for spiritual alchemy. But before I go into it enough to enable you to draw forth greater measures of cosmic energy and to learn how to qualify this energy correctly, I must show the relevance of this study to the present age. The destructive energies which poured through the Beatles and entered the subconscious minds of the youth, popular though they were in the world of form, are gradually working their way to the surface, revealing their true colors and satanic origins. These unholy emanations have drawn many young souls into the mistaken belief that the taking of drugs, the practice of witchcraft, and illicit sex can give them freedom from all imposed limitations. Instead, these indulgences have held them in bondage to the legions of darkness. Would it not be, then, of greater value and virtue if the resurgent power of regeneration were allowed to come forth through many hearts as a great cosmic flow? The forward movement of this flow is able to engender in men a spirit of willing acceptance of cosmic beauty, which in turn brings about the flowering of hope in the youth, hope for a greater measure of inward satisfaction, hope for a greater measure of attunement with the realities of the universe. For the tides of reality continually pour through the cosmos whether man is aware of them or not. The certitudes of life are often unknown by the young in heart who, while they are borne upon the tide of human events, are seldom able to compass those events with a relevancy that would give greater meaning to their lives. I am therefore advising all to eschew the evil and darkness that enter the force field of the four lower bodies when the attention is placed on the jangle of modern jazz. I advise all who would truly be alchemists of the spirit to seek out the classical music of the world's greatest composers, of Beethoven, Bach, Chopin, Haydn, Handel, Wagner, Liszt, Mozart, Mendelssohn, Mahler, and many others who have been commissioned by the Brotherhood to bring forth the music of the spheres. I advise all to learn to seek in meditation those peaks of cosmic elevation that will enable them to understand and interpret the language of the angels. I advise all to take the time to learn what is real and to develop passions of genuine love toward humanity. But let not these passions take the form of mere devotion to communal efforts or to the raising of one segment of life into a more advanced state of economic development. Rather, let them take the form of raising men to new levels of spiritual appreciation of their own divine potential as sons of God. Only by this form of devotion shall their hearts, touched by the hands of the infinite Creator, be imbued with such reality and love that they will move with precision to execute the divine will. Thus shall men behold the outworkings of a providence that has for so long yearned to find greater expression in mortal affairs, that those affairs might become truly guided by the power of life from on high. Then shall liberty live in human lives. Then shall freedom and honor raise men to a state where they can invoke, by the creative power of the Spirit, a golden age that will transcend the age of Pericles and every other golden age that the earth has ever known. This shall come about through the establishment of a fountain of living flame power, wisdom, and love. That fountain shall inundate the souls of men and drench their garments with so much of the essence of freedom that they will perceive spiritual alchemy as the means to every cosmic end. And the glory of the threefold flame, now saturating their consciousness with a fiery brilliance, will evoke an equal response in the very heart of God. The bond thus established between earth and heaven shall raise this star to a position of greater brilliance than the star of the East that heralded the approach of the Master Jesus 2,000 years ago, for this light will signify the victory of the Christ consciousness not only in one Son of God, but also in all mankind. I am the exponent of freedom for this age, and in revealing these facts about the science of alchemy, I cannot restrain myself from voicing these sentiments as apropos of the struggles of the times. Are men filled with idealism? Let them turn that idealism toward the light where divine ideas flow out from a central fountain of living flame. There let all kindle and rekindle the torches of being, and let the fires of their minds be saturated with new hope for a new age born of the Spirit. Life was never meant to be a cesspool of defeat, but a pillar of victory whose crowning laurel speaks of a living abundance. Blooming within the soul, that abundance extends itself out of the lonely room of self into the larger domain of the universe. The ascended Master's consciousness is a vital power which will assist the devotee in performing a more than ordinary activity of genuine service and renewal. For we are about the Father's business of renewing the consciousness of men, not by applying old patches over old patches, but by renovating the entire garment of consciousness. As we prepare, then, to make the would-be spiritual alchemist more effective in performing the Father's will and in enhancing the value of freedom, let us say unto every man, "The Lord is your shepherd. You shall not want, if you will only understand that He longs to guide you correctly, if you will only understand that whereas evil has no real existence, its shadowed veil has been the means through the centuries of binding man to the earth. And you shall see that by cutting the bonds of evil and by acknowledging the power of good, you will no longer strain at a gnat and swallow a camel, but you will enter straightway into the city of God, into the consciousness that transcends the world and its options by recognizing the spiritual options that lie as a gift in your hand. Man is the divine alchemist in physical form. In his right hand the gift of life lies beating. It is the pulsation of cosmic effort. Without acknowledging the gift, man fades away as a vapor upon the glass. By acknowledging it, the cosmic breath strengthens the manifestation of self until death is swallowed up in victory and life stands forth transcendent and splendid to every eye. Onward we move progressively toward freedom in action. Chapter 4. To penetrate matter. Ere we begin to school the alchemist in more advanced methods of producing the seeming miracles of love manifest right before his eye, we are duty-bound to make further exhortations calculated to prevent the spread of danger through the misuse of higher powers. What do you think the story of the Garden of Eden reveals to man, if it does not reveal his disobedience to the divine mandates and his misuse of sacred power? We will consider, then, the solidity of substance. Matter that presents so hard an appearance to the eye is actually composed of the whirling energies of spirit. When the higher mind examines the nature of spirit and makes known its findings to the mind of man, he becomes imbued with what we shall call his first awareness of the potential of the self to penetrate matter. Matter is no longer solid, but yields to the probing fingers of his mind and spirit. Its density can be calculated and comprehended by the self, and with the speed of light, the consciousness can reach out and pass through dense substance as easily as the swimmer cuts through the water with his arms in motion. The more the individual becomes aware of the inner power of the self to sense the various shades of reality, the more his powers magnify. At this juncture, the astute and godly man is aware of the need to guard the way of the tree of life. Gazing around him upon the world scene, he sees a mixture of good and evil, and he knows within himself that in reality you can never blend the two, for whereas black and white may be mixed, their combination will always bring forth a gray tone. In dealing with the human self, man has been convinced over the years that this blending of black and white is the true nature of man. It is almost as though mankind were stigmatized and hypnotized by the concept that the die of sin, like a die that is cast, is itself immutable. It is to the shattering of this erroneous concept that I dedicate this rendering. Whereas the scriptures of the world are filled with admonishments against sin, and certainly the jangle and discord of the world bears witness to the diabolical inferno that can ignite in the consciousness of man, yet grace and mercy also appear, and beauty, together with the myriad and magnificent qualities of nature. How, then, shall we distinguish between the darkness and the light as these take shape in mortal consciousness and combine in manifestation? There are those who argue that the brilliance of the Absolute would lack definition without the tonal values that dilute the pure light into various shades of gray and even black. They say that the darkness is needed as a medium of contrast on which the light can appear. Let me hasten to say that these individuals do not yet have the knowledge that the cosmic law would vouchsafe to them. Therefore, let them hold their peace until they know whereof they speak. For they have not considered the introduction of the color spectrum and the emergence of the beautiful pastel hues radiantly functioning in the spiritual world without ever requiring a single shade of gray or black to delineate the many facets of the consciousness of God. Black is the absence of light and of the color qualities of life, whereas white contains all of the rainbow rays as the prism clearly shows. Let me say, then, that within the realm of the Absolute, within the goodness of God, within His power to create, lies a chromatic scheme so dazzling and so splendid as to literally propel the consciousness of man out of the socket of mortal vicissitude. Why, then, do men and women tarry in the Troys of the denizens of darkness? I say it is through a common ignorance and the unfortunate spread of suspicion and doubt. This distrust of the invisible yet all-powerful spiritual world by men and women is a strange phenomenon, for they are so easily persuaded to give their all in the cause of faithlessness. Contending that God is not and expounding and expanding upon their doubts, they never seem to realize that the energies that they use, if properly directed toward a higher faith, would produce the miracles of alchemy. And these tangible manifestations of the divine power would utterly convince them as to the tightness of the divine plan and ideal. It has always been inconceivable to the many sincere and religious people that any man would succumb, as Faust did to Mephistopheles, and sell his soul to the forces of nihilism. But this is not so hard to understand if men will recognize that it is possible for faith and doubt to live side by side in the consciousness of the individual. The presence of two opposing forces creates vacillation. Therefore, in moments of faith, individuals are able to believe in the miraculous powers of nature and of alchemy, but when they allow projections of doubt concerning their own reality to be anchored within their consciousness, they are able to rationalize their selfish conduct. Through habit, men use the energies of God to draw forth the elements of the good life which they desire. At the same time, they take pleasure in preventing the manifestation of good in the lives of the innocent and those who may be far more virtuous than themselves. Hence we warn of the degradations of witchcraft and black magic. Remember that the goal of spiritual alchemy is to create nobility in the soul and virtue everywhere, particularly in the realm of the self. For how can men extend to the boundaries of other lives that which they cannot manifest in their own? Here lies the great error of the impatient black magician or the advocate of witchcraft. He is not willing to wait for the externalization of his own spiritual dedication and the release of the divine afflatus into the capsule of identity before exerting his energies on behalf of controlling the universe. Now, this chapter is the last that I shall write in this vein. In succeeding ones it is my intent to release some very interesting keys to the students of the light. But cosmic law demands that I explain that the light must always be used to produce the fervent beauty of dedication to God, love for humanity, and those divine qualities that enable the soul to adhere to the tenets of the Great White Brotherhood. When this is accomplished, we are certain that we will have not just a few students in our class on the science of alchemy or the science of wondrous change, as our students have come to call it, but we will have many. And these many will also be forewarned and forearmed against the misuse of energy, so that all of their earnest efforts will cooperate successfully in achieving the divine plan for the golden age oncoming. Only the few are aware of the enormous effort being made in the higher reaches of cosmos to assist humanity in awakening from the lethargy of their long sleep in the realm of the human ego, that fantastic and complex force field of individuality out of which a god can be born and out of which can emerge monstrous forms of discord and confusion, to the domain of the real self that has locked within it, waiting to be released, the greatest secrets of all time. Today is the Lord's day. Today is the day of the God-self. The ages have not marred the power of him who has said, I am the same yesterday and today and forever. Therefore, be assured of a kindly response to those efforts which are made in hope, in faith, and in charity, for the greatest master's function in this domain. To be a mortal adept, to move mountains for the sake of greed and the aggrandizement of the human person, is as nothing. For he who has said, Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you, meant every word of it. Right now, today, you stand upon the threshold of fulfillment in your lives as you realize the beauty of nobility so ably stated by Sir Galahad of old. My strength is as the strength of 10, because my heart is pure. Let us ready ourselves now for that purity which precedes the greatest alchemical manifestation. For your advancement and achievement I remain. Chapter 5. Formulas for Precipitation. Not what might be, but what will be, because man envisions, invokes, and equates with universal law. Alchemy, the wondrous science of change that fulfills the heart's deepest desires, orders man's affairs, and renews the sweet purity of his original communion with the great progenitor. The concept of the multiplication of cells points to the law of nature that provides for a continual addendum. This law which governs the reproduction of life after its kind does not involve the physical body alone, but the mind, the feelings, and the memory, as well as the pure spirit of man. Coordination between the four lower bodies and the higher vehicles enables man first to control his environment and then to create, on condition that he can understand and not be hindered by the obvious illusions of the appearance world, whose point of reference is time and space. Now, the presence or absence of certain factors may either lengthen or shorten the time of precipitation, even though all other components be in order. Therefore, when these factors are known, they can be systematically eliminated in order to shorten the time of manifestation. The primary deterrents to precipitation should be recognized as 1. Inharmony in the feeling world, 2. A sense of loneliness or abandonment, and 3. a sense of smallness or insecurity and doubt. Sometimes the presence of these factors can be minimized by a simple act of faith. At other times it may require more earnest application to the deity and a strengthening of the positive counteractions, which are designed to eliminate completely the negative influences manifesting within and without one's world. It may seem strange to some of you that I call to your attention these simple facts, but may I honestly say they are not so simple, for the effects of these mood energies upon the creative intent are of far greater consequence than humanity are willing to admit. By pointing out the need to correct these conditions and making the would-be alchemist aware of the influence they exert upon his desired manifestation, I feel that we are taking a big step in the right direction. For this knowledge applied will avoid the introduction of discouraging factors at a later time when for some the anticipated results will not be immediately forthcoming for the very reasons I have stated. This brings me to the place where I want to amplify, at the beginning of my instruction, the need for perseverance. Frequently, failure to persevere in the correct course has nullified all fruitage just before the harvest from the invisible world was ready to release itself into the hands and use of the seeker. We would mention now some of the great and vital alchemical factors whose positive power should also be considered. Chief amongst this list is faith. This includes a belief in the whirling power that keeps the electrons in vital motion revolving around their nucleonic centers. This power resembles a tightly compressed, almost omnipotent spring. It is central to every solar system and atom whose magnetic flux and emanation, while centered in its own nucleus, is able under cosmic law to tie into limitless energy fields to produce whatsoever miraculous manifestation is the requirement of the moment, when the individual is able to convince himself and the universe that his course is right. Now, we have all seen men who were remarkably successful in producing wrong action simply because they were convinced that their course was right, even though they were actually wrong. This does not mean that cosmos itself is proverbially blind. It is simply indicative of the cosmic need to protect the secrets of creation from the eyes of the curious and to guard the treasures of heaven through the systems of initiation evolved by the Brotherhood. For this very reason the fiat of God went forth, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. The inner necessity of the universe to protect its secrets from the profane can be seen in the activities of the Luciferian hordes who, from time to time during the long history of the planet, have involved the sons of God in a misuse of the creative and sacred power of life. This they have done through psychedelic perversions, dangerous drugs, their infectious spirit of rebellion against order, which is heaven's first law, and the spread of chaos, often in the name of idealism. But this brand of idealism has always been based on intellectual pride. It is put forth as the counterplan of the carnal mind that competes with the divine mind, considering itself superior thereto. Therefore, if I have seemed overly protective in this intermediate course in alchemy, heaven knows there is a reason for it. And now I say to each one, taking into account the semantics of alchemy, let us recognize that the word altar signifies a sacred place of change. Here all change is wrought by God's law. God is law. His law does not exist without love. But unfortunately, owing to the very generosity inherent within the divine nature which allows various functions of the law to be used by evolving humanity, it has been possible for man to separate the law from love. Thus, the more mechanical aspects of alchemy, called magic, have been employed down through the centuries by those who have used their knowledge of God's laws for selfish ends. This was demonstrated at the court of Pharaoh when Aaron, a true alchemist of the spirit, was challenged by the magicians who cast down their rods that also became serpents. The mechanical aspects of the law are often combined with trickery to produce phenomena which in the eyes of God are meaningless. Once a man has attained the position of a true spiritual adept, he has developed the powers of love and wisdom within the framework of universal law. He is innocent of harm to any, and his alchemical feats reflect his selflessness. Then the miracles he produces are of far less importance in his own eyes than the miracle of his oneness with his Creator. So now as we face the altar, the place consecrated to the science of wondrous change, we must recognize the two courses before us. The first is to choose a course of action based on the highest knowledge made known to us. We decide what we wish to change. We decide why it needs to be changed. This gives motive power to our alchemical experiment. At the same time, we recognize the limitations of man's knowledge and the superiority of the God Self and of the elder brothers of light to assist him in working out his individual destiny. Therefore, the second course of action is to be aware that right change can be produced without conscious knowledge of what that change ought to be. We simply invoke from God the purity of His divine plan for right change. In other words, we command in the name of the Lord, which man as a co-creator with God has the right to do, an alchemical precipitation of the gifts and graces of the Spirit that will endow the blessed Son with the qualities of the Christ, thereby making him more capable as a spiritual alchemist and more integrated with the universal plan. I have found that wherever the second alchemical technique is employed, it strengthens the first course of invocation, invoked action, and fills the gaps in man's forte of knowledge, covering his ignorance by the cloak of true spirituality. As we face the altar, aware of the realities of God and of the potential for their realization in man, let us also take into account those masterful beings who have already secured for themselves the ability to produce change at will. Surely the assistance of those who have been successful in the alchemical arts will be invaluable in producing the fruit of our desires. Invocations and prayers of one's choice are then in perfect order. With an awareness of the law, faith in its impersonal operation, and a determined intent that once the formula has been developed the desired manifestation must be released into form, we shall proceed with the business of creating change. Now, one of the most effective means by which change can be produced, and this which I here make known to you is a deep and wondrous secret held by many of the Eastern and Western adepts, is through what I will call the creation of the cloud. St. Paul referred to a cloud of witnesses. I am referring to a cloud of infinite energy which, somewhat like the ether so popularized by the scientists of a century ago, is everywhere present but nowhere manifest until it is called into action. At first reading, to those who are empirically minded, skilled only in the material aspects of science and in what the senses can perceive, my foregoing remarks may seem to be just so much foolishness. If any think that I can only have compassion for them, I cannot help them, nor does the law require me to apologize, for I have proved this principle many times with the greatest of success. And I think that where the great adepts do not consciously use it, then it is automated for them through their contact with the higher mind. But for most of our beginning and intermediate students, it will be essential that they learn the process carefully in order that they can first consciously create the cloud and then wait until its appearance becomes an automated process in their beings. I shall continue next week with this very important activity, Create and the Cloud. Onward. Chapter 6. Create and the Cloud. How deeply many have yearned to know how to produce constructive change both in themselves and in the world. Let them realize, then, that to bring about change is a creative act. Alchemy is the creative science whereby man is enabled to obey the original fiat of God, take dominion over the earth. This command was indicative of the Father's plan for His Son, and the means to implement it are discovered as one learns the ancient secrets of this sacred science. Practicing the principles of alchemy, the individual is able to rise from being a puppet to the will of other egos, to the will of disobedient spirits, to the passing fancies of the times, or to the dictates of the brothers of the shadow who induce the young adept to practice black magic and witchcraft, flattering his ego and often quoting scriptures, saying, "If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread." Now we are on the verge of taking our initial steps in producing change, not a change that gears man to the contemporary scene where his every effort is molded by environmental factors, but a change that will bring him closer to his real image. We will create the means whereby change can be produced by our sovereign will, whereby we can take dominion over the earth. For it is here on earth that we are obliged to create the desires of our hearts. It is right here and now that we are indeed obligated to become co-creators with God, thus to fulfill the purity of His intent. Whereas I recognize that there may seem to be mechanistic factors in the scientific direction that I am about to give you, I am sure you have noticed the many safeguards which I have inserted into this course to make certain that you are never of the wrong opinion, for none should ever assume that by a mere scientific or mechanical ritual he will be able to perform the highest types of alchemical manifestation. Not so. For the highest alchemy, the greatest change, is that which changes man into a god, wherein the Son becomes one with the Father, and this can never be accomplished by mechanical means. Stand now before your altar, honoring the living God and His fiat. For He who is God has commanded it. Take dominion. You are rightfully functioning, then, as you do just that. You are about to create, and you will first create the cloud from the enormous power of God stored at every point in space, waiting to be invoked. The power of vision is central to our invocation. Therefore, we shall create in our minds first a milky white radiance, and we shall see this milky white radiance as an electronic vibratory action of vital, moving, ineffable light. The concentration of the light, which we call the density of the light, is that which makes the milky white color. If the cloud were attenuated, we would be able to see through it as though the scenes around us were enveloped in a fog. Now, having created in our minds this form of a bright translucent cloud, we allow it to enfold our physical bodies and to occupy our force field. For a moment we become lost in the midst of the cloud, and then it seems as though it has always been there. Its atmosphere is familiar, comfortable. We recognize that the mind has the power to expand its circle of influence, but we must not try to move far from the parent tree of self. Let this bright and shining cloud at first be 9 feet in diameter around oneself. Later, perhaps, we shall expand it to a diameter of 90 feet, then 900 feet and further. In our early meditations we shall concentrate on intensifying the action of the white light in our mind. From thence we shall transfer that action to the 9-foot area around the physical form. Once we have developed the sense of this cloud being around our physical forms, we shall understand that whereas the cloud can be made visible to the physical sight, our primary concern is to keep its high vibratory action purely spiritual. Those of you who are familiar with electronics and the workings of a rheostat will understand that by a simple twist of the dial of consciousness, we can intensify the vibratory action of the cloud. In this case, we coalesce more light around each central point of light, for our cloud is composed of many light points whose auras diffuse and blend with one another, making the total effect one of a lacy yet highly concentrated white radiance, a pure swirling cloud of cosmic energy. What is this mighty cloud that we have created, this force field of vibrating energy, and why did we create it in the first place? Actually, whereas I have used the word create, it would be more appropriate if perhaps I used the word magnetize, for we are actually magnetizing that which is already everywhere present in space. We are amplifying an intense action of the light from within its own force field, more than would normally manifest in a given area. We are thereby drawing upon universal God power to produce this cloud that first penetrates and then hallows our immediate force field in order that we may have a spiritual altar upon which we may project the pictures of reality that we desire to create. Bear in mind that this cloud can be used therapeutically for the healing of the nations and the soul of a planet, or you can use it as a platform to invoke, as Christ did upon the Mount of Transfiguration, the presence of the ascended masters, of beloved Jesus, Mother Mary, the Master Serapis Bey from Luxor, the Maha Chohan, Lord Maitreya, Archangel Michael, to assist you not only in your alchemical experiments, but also in your ministrations to life, where you are yet ignorant of just what you ought to produce for yourself and others. You can, in a gentle, childlike manner, ask God to produce out of the great pool of His light energy the miracle of His healing love, not only in your life and in the lives of your loved ones, but also in the lives of the multitudes in the world at large. You can ask the power of God and of the kingdom of heaven to come into manifestation upon earth. You can ask for the golden age to be born, for an end to strife and struggle and all negative and hateful manifestations. You can ask for love to take dominion over the world. If you will open your heart to the needs of the world and to the love of the Divine Mother that seeks expression through your uplifted consciousness, limitless ideas for universal service will flow into your mind. But here again, let me hasten to sound a note of warning, especially for the benefit of those who have been psychically inclined or who have a tendency, as humanity would say, to go off the deep end. Beware. You are dealing with sacred creative power. Beware. It is better for you to ask the masters to interject their ideas for you, without necessarily defining or releasing them to your conscious mind, than for you to be carried away from the tether of the alchemical norm. The ascended masters are not only sane and well organized, but they are also godly and profound to the nth degree. It is essential, then, that you become likewise. Above all, be not carried away by pride or by the exaltation of the self over others. As you gain spiritual power through these periods of meditation upon the cloud, which at first should not exceed 15 minutes a day, try to understand that the creative cloud, once it is dispersed by your fiat at the conclusion of your creative ceremony, will continue to expand and expand and expand throughout the universe as a globe of translucent white fire, eddying in ever-widening spheres to contact all that is real and that is really yours. The cloud, as the manifestation of the power of your creative energy, the fire of your spirit, will draw into your world the very consciousness of God Himself. Evoked from the central pores of being and beautifully expanding as an altar of God, the cloud will hallow space wherever it expands. Christ was able to produce the miracles recorded in the Gospels, and many more, because He had first mastered the correct use of energy. He called the holy energy of Spirit Father, and of a truth, Father the Spirit is to all manifestation. The Father is all-loving, all-knowing, and all-powerful, and He will make you all that He is. But we have only begun to touch upon the correct use of His energy. Therefore, I seek to develop in your consciousness, through your reading of this material, a proper attitude that will enable you to function, under the guidance of your own God-presence and Christ-self, as an efficient co-creator with God and the brotherhood of light. We need alchemists of the Spirit, men and women who will produce physical, mental, emotional, and etheric alchemical manifestations. Welding them all into one creative act of abundant living, these shall at last understand the meaning of the Master's words, "I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly." Alchemy is not a devilish means of bringing forth riches and honor. It is a spiritual, all-loving science of changing the base metals that make up the synthetic image of man into the pure gold of the real image, that he may implement his wise dominion over the earth. Eventually the great alchemist will teach the apprentice the seraphic science whereby man shall produce that wondrous final change of which Paul spoke. Behold, I shew you a mystery, we shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. Bear in mind that I have only lightly touched upon this great creative energy that is within you even now. In the name of the Master of Masters, in the name of the Lord Christ, I remain His servant and your advocate forever. Chapter 7. The Science of Picturization. Remember that once you have held the vision of the cloud and turned it over to your higher self to sustain, to the latent God faculties within you, your God presence will sustain it for the required period. In time you will find that the glow of the cloud will softly suffuse itself through your physical body, and as this takes place there will come a sharpening of the mind and a new sense of awareness of all life everywhere. As you perform this ritual exercise of creating the cloud through attunement with the creative power of the universe, becoming thereby a co-creator with God, you will gain a feeling of detachment from the world as though you were merely an observer to what is taking place around you. This will occur as you allow yourself to flow automatically into the great creative power of the macrocosm. This experience in flow, whereby the lesser consciousness of man flows into the greater consciousness of God, is what is known as going up into the mountain. It is called a mountaintop experience because through it man discovers the summit of his being, the place where the lower self is wed to the higher, and matter and spirit merge. Therefore, throughout this ritual your consciousness must be kept pure, charged with love, aware of the infinite potential of the cosmic mind of God, and completely identified with all constructive momentums. If there is an introduction of hatred or even mild dislike of anyone or an attempt to interfere with the cosmic flow of the infinite plan through any part of life, such activity will, of course, create a karmic situation that will prove most unfortunate to the individual who allows his energies to become so engaged. Those who have irresponsibly used alchemical techniques, whether in ignorance or with the intent of bringing harm to other life streams, have in fact brought about great harm to themselves. Others who harbor feelings of criticism, jealousy, and irritation concerning the actions and accomplishments of friend or foe may create just as much harm as those whose malice is intended. Gossip itself is one of the most deadly forms of black magic and can bring about the physical death of its victims. Seeing that all harm eventually returns to the one sending it forth, would it not be well for all true alchemists to take the vow of harmlessness, at the same time recognizing that the defense of truth and freedom sometimes necessitates making a choice between the lesser of evils? I urge, then, that all understand the need to magnetize the grand design of God for all parts of life. Naturally, everyone cannot be expected to be in sympathy with your aims. After all, on the great ladder of souls ascending progressively, hopefully toward the light of purpose, there are many levels of attainment. None should condemn those of lesser understanding or do aught except to emulate those of greater understanding. Above all, do not be jealous of those who may be more successful than you in their application of the science of intermediate alchemy. Remember that it is practice that makes perfect, that it is motive that transfigures design, that it is beauty that transfixes the soul. Thus the loving purposes of God come to fruition in man as He originally intended them to do, for the Garden of Eden was a place where the beauty of communion with the Lord and the understanding of His laws could be imparted to man. It was intended to be the most beautiful school in all the world, where the dreams of God could flow through the branches of the tall trees, where the billowing clouds of morning, of noon, of even would be highlighted by the sacred glow of the luminous sun, a light to light the day. Lament not, for the Edenic school shall be re-established in this day and age to fulfill the plan of paradise ere the golden age shall manifest. and it shall appear when enough alchemists of the Spirit unite in the common goal of bearing witness to the truth. Now let us place our attention upon the science of picturization, for without it nothing shall appear. You will find this science illustrated in the story of Jacob, who used alchemy to increase the numbers of his cattle. Visualization is important to the alchemist, because it is the overlay of his visualization upon the creative cloud that actually produces the miracle of alchemical manifestation. If you wish a more youthful appearance, you must visualize yourself as having just that. If you wish more vitality, you must visualize yourself already having that vitality, your muscles rippling with God's energy, your mind brimming over with vital ideas, tingling with life and light and love. You must feel and know that the energies of God are flowing through your fingertips and toes, emanating into space the glow of abundant health and a transfiguring countenance. As you proceed with this exercise, there will be produced, without additional effort on your part, a beneficial effect upon those whom you contact. But you must be very careful not to seek recognition for this service. Otherwise, as it is written in the Book of Life, ye have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. I know that you will smile when I say that we are aware of some students who, when they are given this material, may become so enthused with it that they will say to those who are uninformed of their efforts to become more godly, "Do you feel something when I am near?" And of course this will spoil the whole effect of any virtue they may have developed during their study. Calling attention to one's accomplishments produces a concentration of energy upon the personality and away from the soul, whence the radiance of the source is derived. Whereas the inherent God qualities of the soul are like radioactive substance embedded in and composing the soul, the radiant cloud is the soul's own alchemical altar which makes possible the soul's expansion, like unto the expanding universe, from the fires of its own central sun out into space. Some may ask, how can we produce miracles that affect others without taking that energy which belongs to them or without depriving them of the opportunity of producing their own wondrous changes? These seem to be of the opinion that the fires of God have a decay rate and that sometime, somewhere these fires will come to an end or bum themselves out. Let me hasten to assure you that though all of the suns in the physical universe were to fall as burning cinders into the central sun, and the central sun by God's law were to be dissolved in its physical manifestation, the fires of the soul of God would never burn out. They are immutable, infinite, and eternal. Have no fear, then, that you are using up God's energies, or that you are taking that energy which might be used more profitably by another. When the fiat create went forth, it was the signal of God's gift of freedom to man. Therefore, man should be free to create. Moreover, he should be free to create without condemnation. To ensure his freedom from the impinging thoughts of others, the matrices of his mind must become receptive to and fortified by the thoughts of God, and there must be spaces in the time of the day when, apart from the creating of the cloud, the alchemist attunes with the mind of God and drinks in the fragrance of his being. True alchemy draws man close to God and to his Christ, and it enables him to fulfill the ancient fiats, man, know thyself. Create, and take dominion. The benefits of man's communion with all life through the sacred science can and will spread abroad throughout the earth. These benefits can and will exert the pressure of the higher techniques of heaven upon the world below. Have you not read, "Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares"? Let men entertain you as angels unawares. Do not sully your alchemical results by imposing the dregs of the human personality upon any man. Rather continue in the joyous faith that God will expand and expand and expand the domain of yourself in limitless light and love. One of the most important points for you to understand in the science of intermediate alchemy is that whereas you are only beginning your training, this is not the only opportunity you will have to use these laws. for you will be able to use them not only all the days of this life, but should you not win your ascension at the close of this embodiment, you will find that so long as you live upon this earth, the science of God's alchemy will help you to be changed from glory to glory, even as by the Spirit of the Lord. You must understand that there is nothing counter to His law in the correct use of alchemy, for true alchemy is the change from glory unto glory by His Spirit. I know that some who are reading this course may not have considered themselves religious at the beginning. Perhaps the intended functions of the spoilers, the brothers of the shadow, to ruin the purposes of religion by ruining the lives of those who profess to follow religion, may have corroded your acceptance of the laws of cosmos. But I think that some of you have already begun to experience profound results in your lives through the practice of the rituals I have given you. And I am certain that those of you who have not will begin to do so as your faith mounts and as you counteract all your negatives by the exhilarating sense that you can change your world and that you can make your life what God wants it to be and what you, deep inside, want it to be. For you can find success in all that you are doing, and that success need not be confined to the spiritual side of life, but it can also include the material. The Lord has said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Therefore, fear not to ask that ye may receive of the earthly things that you need even as you have first sought the heavenly." Remember the story of our Lord who, when He would ride into Jerusalem, told 2 of His disciples to go to a certain village where they would find a colt tied, whereon never man Saturday. They were instructed to fetch the colt, the foal of an ass, and to tell those who might question them, "The Lord hath need of him." Will you develop this sense of knowing that what you have need of, God will supply? Oh, build and build, brothers of light, build, sisters of light, for God needs you. The kingdom needs you. Lovingly, I am. Chapter 8. What alchemy can mean to a decaying world. The moon rules the night side of life and is the lesser light, the reflective light of the solar energy of God. In its reflective state it exerts enormous control over the tides and over the water element. Luna, the moon, the great whirling satellite that rules the night, governs in part, then, the emotional body of man and can easily become either his greatest enemy or his best friend. For when properly harnessed, the energies of the moon, being put under his feet, can help him to achieve alchemical control over his emotions, over his energy and motion. Let us see how this is so. The moon reflects the astral body of Earth. When dealing with the moon, then, we deal with the reflected light of the sun. When the astral body is under the dominion of the Christ, its power becomes limitless. When its purified energies are magnified in turn by the moon, which is nothing more than a giant reflector, their power is multiplied in almost infinite proportion. But until such time as the mass consciousness is ruled by the light of the sun instead of being ruled by the night, the moon will reflect the astral effluvia of the planet. Thus men will continue to be the victims of their own horrendous miscreations, and that to an even greater degree during the cycle of the full moon. Now, the alchemist uses his purified consciousness as a reflector of solar energies much like the moon reflects the light of the sun. The waters of his mind reflect the light of the day and the night even as the waters of the sea reflect the golden pathway of both the sun and the moon. But the Christ consciousness, the prism of purity like the sea of glass, filters out the impurities of the moon even as it refracts the light of the sun. All energy being God's energy, the humanly misqualified energies reflected by the moon, sent back to the earth from whence they came, according to karmic law, may be freed from the impositions of the carnal mind through the process of transmutation. They may then be used to create, in the tradition of the great alchemist, more perfect works of art until the patterns in the heavens transform the patterns in the earth and the moon becomes a golden orb of rarefied power. Most of you know only too well that when your emotions become disturbed over outer conditions, feelings, or concepts, there is a moment when you are yet able to wrest control of your energies from your own emotional body. Subsequently, if these energies are permitted to continue to rage unabated, that moment of control is lost, and then it is easy for people to do, to think, or to say that which they will one day regret. Conversely, most of you are aware of the great joy and peace that has come to your souls when you have been able to accomplish something for someone else. This happens because deep within yourself there is a loving desire to serve your fellow man. This desire is what prompted the descent of the Christ, the Son of David, in his role as the Messiah of old. The Shepherd King, a man after God's own heart, communed with God and prepared himself for greater service as he tended his sheep. Nowhere was the luster of his soul more apparent than in the beauty of his meditations upon the Spirit of the Lord recorded in the Book of Psalms. One of the most skillful ways in which the tired businessman or executive, the frustrated mother or wife, the confused young man or woman can find integration and wholeness for themselves is to develop the discipline of being able to direct their emotions to do for them exactly what they want. Such discipline will completely change their outlook, for they will then face life with joyous expectancy, not with dissatisfaction. For example, if it is love for another that you would express, then you must always guard against that love which is selfish, which would exact from the beloved the expectancies of your own mind and heart without ever understanding the givingness of love. In order to love as God loves, you must first give freedom to all parts of life, including yourself, and then you must place your trust, as does a nestling bird, in the heart of God, in the heart of goodness and mercy. Having given all, you will then receive the most joyful, eternal gifts from God that you could ever imagine, and some even beyond that which you could imagine. These will come not only through the chalice of your own heart, but also through the hearts of your compeers. If, then, you would truly love, you must learn to discipline the base emotions of selfishness, envy, jealousy, resentment, stubbornness, and ingratitude. We urge, therefore, at this juncture in our alchemical studies that the control of the emotions be considered, for the emotions will play a very important role in the creative cloud action which we are considering and out of which we are functioning. The only way to be truly happy is to give oneself totally to the universe and to God, at the same time being aware of and expecting from God the return gift of one's real self. One of the greatest dangers in the religious quest has been brought about as men have given themselves to God, thinking that that was all they had to do. Not understanding the responsibilities of free will, they then acted the part of the nebulous ninny. Having no will of their own, they would flip and flop back and forth, blown by every wind, obsessed with what we will call the law of uncertainty. For if the trumpet give an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? Men should understand that although their surrender to God be complete, following surrender they must wait for the fiat of bestowal that is pronounced by the God Presence as a restatement of the blessing given by God at the birth of his offspring. Thou art my beloved Son. This day have I begotten thee. This takes place when one has relinquished the control of his four lower bodies to his Christ self, thus enabling his true self, the Christ, to obey the fiat, take dominion over the earth being one's own footstool kingdom, the four lower bodies. Remember that even Jesus the Christ came to the moment of his anointing. The Holy Spirit descended and the voice of God renewed the ancient covenant. This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. This is the timeless fiat of creation uttered from the foundation of the world, reconsecrating the soul who has pledged to renew in service his vow taken at inner levels to do the will of God. Therefore, when man's right to function as a son of God is restored, the moment of creativity is born because he has once again recognized the power of God's love to forgive his sins, to set aside his karma until such time as he has gained enough self-mastery to stand, face, and conquer his human creation. Now the bond of life within itself weds him to the highest purposes of alchemy, and that, mind you, without ever robbing him of his true identity. What shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world through the use of alchemy and lose his soul? We ask the students to understand that gaining control of the soul, of the energies composing one's identity pattern, is one of the most essential functions of alchemy, and that this control is gained through surrender and through humility. When the Christ entered the holy city riding upon a colt, the foal of an ass, as we mentioned in our last lesson, his mien was one of utter humility. Yet he was crowned by God and man with the highest honors. And so it is essential that we develop in the students those same Christ-like qualities that will make them pillars in the temple of God that cannot be moved by human emotions, no matter what their guise. Criticism, condemnation, judgment, self-pity, gossip, treachery, tyranny, or human deceit. The alchemist must be oblivious to all human conduct, yet not unaware of worldly thought to the point where he plays the fop. To him the fulfillment of the fiat, "Be wise as serpents and harmless as doves," is the order of every day. But we are concerned with the sinews of mission, and the mission is freedom for all. If we would have freedom be the joy of all, then we must give freedom to all, for then none can exclude freedom from us. It is therefore to the passions of freedom that our experiments in alchemy must be dedicated. We must rise to emotional control, for when God said, "Take dominion over the earth," he meant individual dominion over one's energies, one's consciousness, and one's four lower bodies. Collective dominion comes about when the contributing spirit of the group, the nation, the planet, recognizing all that it has received from life, joyously offers itself and all that it has received to the Great Spirit of life. At that point, man the individual and man the collective unit ponder the enrichment of the real self and the true mystical identity of the group through the increase of individual talents. These gifts of God, when multiplied, are like stars in the firmament of being that glow in the grand design of universal destiny. When man becomes one with God, he realizes that he truly is God. This is not blasphemy, but the fruit of total surrender. The return gift of life's own identity, as God gives himself to his Son, is far greater than the token sacrifice of mortality left on the altar by the beloved Son. Nevertheless, it is typical of the deity to be the great giver and thus to precipitate the highest alchemical manifestation, the prism of the Christ consciousness. This must be and always is the reward for the relinquishment of human error and the full realization of the divine life in every man. All nature then trembles within the cup of the Christ mind. The heart of the Christ is brimming with the creative essence which pours out the unifying experience that identifies him with life, him with the alchemist, and the alchemist with him. Who can hurt or destroy in all my holy mountain? Who can aid in all the holy mountain of God? Why, every atom, every electron is a rushing unto God, and a cloud received him out of their sight. Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. The second coming of Christ is antedated by the fulfillment of the prophecy, "One shall be taken, and the other left." For when one is taken and another is left, it denotes that the world lieth yet in wickedness, and that only the few have accepted the kingdom. But when the second coming of Christ comes to the quickened world, it will be because the nature of the divine has become understood as a priceless gift of freedom to every man. When this miracle of Christ love is produced in the world, it will be because the students of alchemy, whether known by that name or any other, whether in the churches or out of the churches, in fact whether in the body or out of the body, are expressing universally the radiance of the Christ design. Imbued with the fires of the Holy Spirit, their minds will then become a cosmic reactor, a central furnace of universal ideas for freedom and for the breaking of the chains of bondage that a recalcitrant humanity have forged. Now we reveal in this 8th lesson what alchemy can mean to a decaying world, what it can mean to slaves in bondage to the senses, what it can mean to the self surrounded by confusion and chaos as it becomes an ordered, purposeful exhibit of universal grace expressing through the force field of the individual identity of man. Do you see now why El Morya and Mother Mary and all of the ascended masters are offering their energies freely for the good of humanity? Do you see why the creative cloud invoked by us, literally an individualized cloud of witness by day and a pillar of fire by night, enables man to understand that the crucible of identity, while it may at first be nothing but an experimental test tube, can become a radiant altar of reality? Faithfully, I am. Chapter 9, Anxiety and the Anxiety Syndrome. For this lesson we will permit the students to experiment with and develop proficiency in the creation of the cloud, while we go afield for a moment to discuss one of the major deterrents to successful alchemy. I refer to anxiety and the anxiety syndrome. Strange as it may seem, most negative manifestations stem from anxiety, including the awful sin of masochism. Since it is generally acknowledged that humanity have a desire to be happy and that they have the right to pursue happiness, we ask this question: would it not be wise for people in all walks of life to work toward the healing of those conditions which they bring upon themselves through their unfruitful anxieties? We avow that there are lawful concerns and that men and women should make reasonable provision for their future and for eventualities which they know from personal experience may arise. But it is so unnecessary for them to become apprehensive about life in general, or even life specifically, to the point where their apprehensions unbalance their thinking, their emotions, and their entire psyche. Anxiety is the great warp of life. It warps perspective without producing any perceptible benefit whatsoever. Anxiety is the cause of people's tendency to hoard the goods of this world. Like frantic squirrels, they pile up their winter's supply of nut. They accumulate an oversupply of every imaginable item, and they deprive themselves of happiness by their unwarranted concerns and their unnecessary and time-consuming preparations for every eventuality. Just as we do not expect that the students will cease to be providential, so we do not expect that they will become unduly involved in anticipating a doomsday that never arrives. Anxiety is a symptom of insecurity. It stems from man's incorrect concept of himself and from his lack of perspective. Many people feel unfulfilled, unloved, unwanted, and they are not sure of just what they should be doing with their lives. Their uncertainties under adverse conditions are easily turned into mental and emotional states of depression bordering on extreme self-deprecation. Considering these facts and bearing fully in mind the power of creative energy, we have decided that before going more deeply into our study of alchemy, we shall advocate for all of our students an utter mental, emotional, and even physical catharsis. We shall achieve thereby a purification of the consciousness and being of man, an emptying, if you will, of unstable conditions so that our alchemical creation may take place under the most sterile and clinical conditions possible. You see, it is so easy for a negative ingredient to creep into our formulae that we must take every possible precaution before we begin our experiment. Without first purging ourselves of all undesirable qualities, we would find ourselves, with the best of motives, amplifying our negatives instead of our positives as we proceeded to employ the wondrous power of alchemy. This is one of the problems that arise among those who follow some of the so-called mystery schools, where the ego is catered to at the personal level instead of being disciplined at the impersonal level. As these students develop soul power, it is inevitable that they amplify their negative momentums along with the great positive qualities which they seek to manifest. For whatever is in their worlds when they are brought into direct contact with the sacred fire must expand even as their total consciousness expands. In some cases the negatives completely cancel out the positives, and many times, because of earthly affinities, the additional boost of power that comes about as the result of experimentation will make a magnet out of their negatives even when they are completely involved in the divine search. Thus will their own negative momentums, hidden in the recesses of their subconscious minds, draw to themselves more of their kind from the thoughts and feelings of others. This phenomenon is often the underlying cause of disharmony in religious groups. Now we earnestly desire to have the body of God upon earth forewarned about these conditions, for unless the deterrent forces which are embedded in the psyche of man are brought under the power of divine grace and emptied of their content, i.e., of the misqualified energies which sustain their forms, they will appear as haunting specters waiting to devour the offspring of all benign activities and to literally turn man's light into darkness. We would do the opposite. We would create in the lives of the would-be alchemists the transmutative effects that will enable them, through awareness and through dedication to the Christ spirit of living harmony, to manifest all good things under divine control. Thus shall divine grace fill the temple of the mind and heart of the alchemist and make him truly a wonder-worker for God. How many times have we seen concern for his fellow-man take shape in the consciousness of the student? As he gazes upon world conditions or upon the problems of his own family, he is often almost obsessed with the desire to produce the miracle of saving grace for his loved ones as well as for those who are in need in the world around him. So strong does this desire become that his brotherly love is many times the central motivation behind his search for greater spirituality and self-realization. Ours is not to discourage those who would serve, but to help them realize their objectives in peace and in honor. Therefore, consider the lilies of the field, they toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. The care of God for the birds of the air, the great abundance manifest in nature and in the lilies of the field, shows the supreme value that God places upon each of his children. Let us look to him, then, to teach us how to meet the needs of our brethren here below. Anxiety stems from a lack of faith in the ultimate purposes of life. The hard experiences that have come to many in childhood and in later years, creating stresses and strains and producing the fruit of bitterness, have prevented their development of that refined spirit which would enable them to shed their anxieties. In reality, the lessons Jesus taught on the Father's watchful care for man and nature should give all the understanding that will heal their insecurity, their anxiety, and their personal pain involving the mind and self. This healing is brought about through the overpowering radiance of God's loving concern for every man. I urge, therefore, that all students take into account the tender care and consideration of the universe manifest in the wondrous working of the physical body when it is not interfered with by human pollutants. And I urge that they then make an attempt throughout the coming days to heal the breach caused by their sense of separation, the separation of the individual from his true identity and hence from the Eternal One. In him you live and move and have your being. Without him you have neither life nor identity. Ask yourself this question: is it wise for you to pollute the divine identity by the intrusions of self-will and self-indulgence? Ask yourself this question: have you really given the Father a chance, or has yours been an on-again, off-again, vacillating attempt to realize God? There is nothing complex about the origin of the soul and its everlasting communion with Him. To become as a little child, then, as we shall see in our next lesson, is to prepare the way for the greatest manifestations of alchemy. Now, alchemy is not witchcraft, it is not variance. It is the exercise of a stable God-intended control over nature, and it involves far more than men imagine. Through alchemy the shedding of your anxieties can be accomplished, but first you must build a mountain of faith to counteract the negative thoughts of the world which are primarily responsible for man's failures. How is this so? Each time individuals have a failure and lament it, each time they have a problem and sorrow over it rather than commit it unto the Father, each time individuals resent their problems and see them not as the return of karma or as a test but as an act of deity whom they defy, they are building up in their own worlds frustration, resentment, anxiety, and confusion. And these momentums draw to their own doorsteps the negative conditions of the outside world. If ever there was a secondary enemy to anxiety, it is confusion. This, too, can and should be healed by the fires of the Christ mind. For we know that the Christ mind is calm yet capable of focusing the fiery energies of the Creator to overthrow evil both in the self and in society. But let us make clear that this is a fire whose burning is controlled by the mind. It can be slow or fast. It can leap like a young deer and take its freedom, its dominion, its God-control, or it can stand in midair like hieroglyphs of living flame and say to all that would hinder the alchemical manifestation, "Pass no further." I urge you to consider, then, the negative thought pools of the world with a view to disengaging your energies and your activities from involvement with the misqualified energies contained therein. And I urge you to make your God determination that you are going to clean your consciousness inside and out of all residual substance, which is there as the result of your contact with the cesspools of human consciousness. Anxiety must go. It must be replaced by faith and solemn confidence in the outworking of the divine plan. This certain knowing, I say, is a happy state. When you begin to understand fully what I mean, you will see that the developing of this confidence in the real is one of the greatest ways in which all deterrents to successful alchemy can be vanquished. In fact, all deterrents to abundant living can be knocked down as you cease to fight, as one that beateth the air, as St. Paul once said. You were born to win, and I say this to counter the lie that man was born to lose. And if you will make this statement, "I am born to win," as an act of supreme faith, it will overcome the world's consciousness of failure, a deadly weight of sin if there ever was one. It does not matter what problems you have faced, for even the most dire situations will yield to the mighty force field of God potency that will be built up through your practice of spiritual alchemy. But why should man draw God's energies for alchemical experimentation and creation when his own world is still full of the miscreations of the mass mind and the weeds in his garden that will choke out his efforts and destroy the good fruit as well? I do not mean that you should not continue your experiments with the cloud. I do mean that you should understand the duality of life and realize that anxieties must go. But in order for this to take place, you must make the conscious determination that it shall be done. And if you do, I promise you that your experiments will not only be purer and more successful, but also that they will produce happiness and the fruits thereof for yourself and the whole human race. Oh, we have so much more, for each master loves each servant's son. For freedom to all I remain. Chapter 10. Nature yields to the childlike mind. The most important key we can release to the alchemist at this stage of his development is found in these words of Jesus. Whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child shall in no wise enter therein. All of the pristine beauties of nature, the ethereal highlights whose gentle glow can be sensed by the budding spiritual faculties of the children of God, hold as their essential content the sweet creative longing of a child. I do not wish to disabuse the minds of the children of men who have held such high and mighty opinions of the masters of cosmos of any false glamour with which they have clothed our office under the Godhead, almost as a gilding of the cosmic lily. However, I do feel the need to point out, not only from my own experience but also from the experiences of those who are above me in the hierarchy, that the higher we have gone in our contact with the deity, the more childlike, the more simple, the more beautiful has been his representation. Therefore we conclude that the innocence of nature herself is perhaps the greatest key to her potential for wondrous alchemical creations. We amplify, then, the need of the children of God to empty their minds of the dregs of turbulent emotions that have engaged their energies through the centuries and kept them bound to a senseless round of confusion and struggle. The great barrier to spiritual progress has been that men confuse holy innocence and becoming like a little child with playing the fool. The highest masters are childlike, sweet, and innocent. Nevertheless, when functioning in the world domain, they sharpen their worldly senses in order to execute judgment in human affairs. The reason I introduce the subject of becoming as a little child into our study of intermediate alchemy is that every factor of thought and feeling impresses itself upon the sensitive matrices of alchemical manifestation. No thought or feeling, then, can be termed unimportant or irrelevant. Without hesitation, I declare that the most important of all alchemical factors in drawing forth the highest aspects of creation is the childlike mind, pure and guileless. The child mind is the greatest mind because its innocence is its best and sure defense, because it is not surrounded by crowding concepts, and because it is free to develop symmetry, color, sound, light, and new ideas. In short, it is free to create, and its supreme goal is to spread happiness in all of its forms and manifestations, all the while maintaining the purity and harmlessness of the child. Let me say, however, that the idea of harmlessness is applicable only to the world of human beings, for how can there be a need for harmlessness unless there first exist harm? When you destroy harm, you no longer have need to create harmlessness. In the absence of harm or harmlessness, the innocence of childhood prevails, enabling the souls of men to commune gently with nature and nature's God. The vast drama that keeps the way of the tree of life, that guards the alchemical secrets, has also been born of necessity. Man's disobedience to cosmic law, his hesitancy in matters of the spirit, his gathering momentums of destructivity upon earth, these have necessitated the curbing of his activities in heaven. In a very real sense, then, man has been confined to the earth to work out his destiny. Eden, the garden of God, and the secrets of life contained therein have been denied him because he would not heed the divine injunction, "In the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die." Now and always man must understand that when he partakes of the consciousness of evil, he becomes subject unto the laws of mortality. Yet God has always been ready to receive him again as a little child. The compassion of the Christ toward those who had lost their innocence was apparent in his lamentation, "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets, and stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. We come, therefore, before the court of innocence, and we plead for a communication to humanity of the flames of purity, truth, and cosmic innocence. Among the greatest misconceptions that have ever been formed in the minds of men is that which concerns the nature of spiritual realms. Men either think that heaven is remote, unfulfilling, and lacking in the joys of this world, or they imagine that it is the ultimate goal, the reward of the faithful and their relief from the oppressions of a world of sin, a place where they will have nothing further to do and all progress will cease. In both cases the fallacy is in thinking that the future will bring man something that is not available to him today. Life is abundant, here, now, and forever. Wherever you are, it needs only to be tapped. May I say, then, that I have walked and talked with the elder gods of the race. I have met with the greatest interplanetary masters, cosmic and angelic beings. I have attended ceremonies in the grand halls of the retreats and strolled the cosmic highways. In short, I have had the most wondrous experiences since my ascension, and with me still is the memory of all of my earthly experiences prior to my ascension. But none of these are worthy, even the highest of them, to be compared with the experiences I have had in the mind of the divine man-child. Thus should the alchemist realize that neither heaven nor earth can give him that which he has not already found within himself. Truly, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. What a pity that more cannot shed this false sense of a far-off and future good. The secrets of life are to be found here below as above. The changing of base metals into gold would produce only earthly beauty and earthly wealth. But the changing of the base nature of man into the refined gold of the spirit enables him not only to master the world of the spirit, but also to take dominion over the material world. If all power in heaven and earth is given unto me, then I can give it to whomsoever I will. Yet would I will to give it to those who would abuse and misuse it to the hurt and harm of their brothers? Why was the flaming sword placed at the east of Eden? Why was the continuity of existence interrupted by death? Why did illness, warfare, and brutality flash forth and take hold in human consciousness? Why was anger sustained? Was it not because people have been afraid of loss of self-respect, loss of individuality, loss of relativity? Actually, what have they to lose? Nothing but their fears, nothing but their negative. For that which is tethered to reality can never be lost. Let men learn to empty themselves completely of their attachments to the earth. So shall they begin to enter into the childlike mind and spirit of creative innocence. The greatest angels who keep the way of the tree of life cannot deny those who have reunited with the holy innocent mind of God access to Eden. How can they, then, deny it to the divine alchemist in man, who in honor reaches forth to take the fruit of the tree of life, that he may indeed live forever? The meaning of the allegory is quite simple. So long as man lives according to the earthy, according to the concepts of flesh and blood, he cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven, he cannot sustain the heavenly consciousness. But when in childlike innocence he enters into the divine domain, he finds that all of the universe is his, for now he belongs to all of the universe. This sweet surrender to the mighty currents of cosmic law and purity shows him the need to transfer from the higher octaves of light into the lower ramifications of self the power and the glory, the victory and the overcoming, the transmittal and the transmutation. He must shed the glitter and the glamour. He must replace it by light and purity and do all things well. He must seek for the spirit of excellence. He must forget limitations and all things that are behind. He must have faith in that which he cannot yet see and know that nature herself holds a cornucopia of loveliness and light waiting to be showered upon him when the magic word is spoken. How beautiful then is the cloud of witness, but how important are harmlessness and simplicity. How towering is faith, how gentle, sweet yet mighty is the faith that moves mountains. Because we are approaching a time of greater discovery, I have carefully prepared the mind and consciousness of the students for the most beautiful experiences in the world, but I have not kept them confined to the domain of temporal life. I am creating in you states of inner awareness that will assist you in evolving spiritually, whereby, even if the body were shed, the mind of the Holy Spirit would flow through you and teach you the way of the Christ, the way of the Helper, the way of innocence, and the way of happiness. Humanity are bored, they are frustrated, they are ungentle. Through what you would call the hoopla of life, they have taken on the phoniness that the dark powers have created, spread abroad, and popularized as worldly sophistication, the antithesis of the childlike consciousness. Ye are the salt of the earth, But if the salt have lost his savor, wherewith shall it be salted? We reiterate the Master's statement because it reminds us that the essential flavor of living is in the cultivation of the inner sense of beauty and reality. That which you receive from God is never denied to anyone, they only deny it to themselves in their ignorance. We all have a responsibility to encourage the light to expand in all people, but each one must open the door for himself. Each one must enter into the realization that the divine Redeemer is the divine Creator, and that since man's descent into the lower octaves of human consciousness, the Lord of Light has continued to emanate his radiance everywhere. He is available yet hidden. He is real, yet cloaked with unrealities, by the minds of men and their life experiences. He is light sometimes covered over with the darkness of men's misqualifications. He is the great supplier of every good and perfect thing. He combines the green shoot and the crystal snow. He combines the ethereal in the sky that glows with fiery sun from solar center. His loving heart bids all to enter. Take upon you, precious child, garments of mastery, meek and mild. Dominion need not bluster, yet dominion e'er shall muster each required grace to help the world keep pace with cosmic legions when facing senile moments. Youth and light appear when facing time's election. Shed, then, all your fears and glow, eternal fires of youthful cosmic innocence. On the brink of discovery, we remain your faithful teachers of light and divine alchemy. Chapter 11. The highest alchemy. The sense of reality and the sense of delight with which the student aspiring to create concentrates upon the cloud determines its efficacy. In alchemy, as in all things, doubt and negation destroy, faith and happiness sustain. Man must come to recognize that space and time are necessary subdivisions of one sole reality, that the limitations which they embody, providing necessary boundaries, can become ladders to boundlessness and a veritable means whereby any electron in space can become a universe or the universe can become any electron. The drawing in of the sustaining breath of the Holy Spirit and the expelling thereof creates an eddying of consciousness in concentric, rapidly moving rings expanding out to the farthest periphery of manifestation. The finite mind may find it difficult at first to grasp this principle. To make it easier, let us explain that the consciousness of God that sustains the universe is also within man. Now, if the consciousness of God that sustains the universe is within man, is it unreasonable to suppose that man can also be within the consciousness that sustains the universe? In the macrocosmic-microcosmic interchange, in the great flow of life, of delight, of boundless joy, man senses the unity of all that lives, and he recognizes that his role as a receiver of benefits from the universe entails the necessary conveyance of benefits from his own creative consciousness back into the universe. There is joy in the construction of the temple of life, for temple order and temple service create in the individual a sense of building, when all around him there is a tearing down of values, morals, and faith. But in the temple he finds his constructive role midst the roles of destructivity men have elected for themselves. Many say, "Let us destruct that we may construct." Let them remember that before they can construct wisely and rightly, all destructive tendencies must be removed from their consciousness, for creative law, as it expands the reality of God into the framework of the natural order, automatically wipes out their imperfect images. There is no need to hold in consciousness a destructive sense, or even a sense of condemnation. Beloved Jesus said, "For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved." The secret of the tree of life is to be found, but the seeker must first surrender his personal sense, his sense of separation from God and from life, so that the universal consciousness can flow into him. Thus the breath of the great alchemist shall become his own. It is not, then, the personal I that doeth the work, but the Father in me that worketh hitherto, and I work. The Father that worketh hitherto is the creative effort of the universe that enhances the vision of life's perfection for an onward moving humanity. The I that works is the conscious individuality yoked with the I am presence of universal reality. It is the Son working with the All-Father to produce in and for every man the summation of the glory we knew together before the world was. If imperfect manifestations defraud the functions of cosmic law, then let it also be remembered that spirit enhances the quality of life. Through the beautiful bonus of man's acceptance of the reality and the flow of life, he becomes wholly identified with the formless spirit. He is then able in the form manifestation to create a relative perfection as above, so below. As the great Master admonished his disciples, "Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect," so we would disabuse the minds of the would-be alchemists of the idea that form cannot be perfected within a relative framework. While we acknowledge that according to the patterns of evolution, forms and ideas do transcend themselves in life's great cosmic ongoing, we also see that within a transcendental universe scientists have been able to perfect their methods and inventions through the historical epochs. Thus the dispensations of science have been ordained in the hopes that in relieving mankind of their drudgery, they would use their free time and energy to develop the Christ consciousness that overshadows and transcends the mortal mind and being of man. The Great White Brotherhood is aware of how destructive trends in music and art can exert enormous influence on young mind. Many of the youth of today have no standard by which to judge that which is fed to them, simply because from early years they have been enmeshed in a web of darkness which seems to them to be a creation of light. It becomes difficult, then, to extend the wings of the Spirit to these young souls, for the human intellect inciting their rebellious egos has convinced them that free form and the absence of all restrictions is the means through which they will achieve self-realization. Nothing could be further from the truth, for self-discipline is the requirement of the hour. But these untamed souls would not surrender their human will for anything or anyone, and so it is easy for the Prince of Darkness to find disciples from among those who have been subverted from their earliest years. The highest alchemy is the precipitation of the Christ consciousness, and all to whom the breath of life has been given have a solemn obligation to pass on the precepts of holy wisdom before passing the torch of responsibility to the next generation. The ancient proverb, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it," becomes, then, life's injunction to all humanity. Seeking a means of improving the strain and the quality of life, they should consider and reconsider its mandates until they are effectively interwoven into the whole structure of striving toward the future. Immorality, greed, selfishness, and dishonor have never provided for any age any recompense except the destruction of the spirals of the future. Only light can rise, whether in civilization or in individual man. Only light has the power to endow our cloud with the understanding that it is our own future, woven today from the controlled energies of our beings and determinately endowed with our highest vision and our richest faith, that will produce the fruit of givingness to the universe in the highest creative God quality. As I prepare you for more advanced efforts made on your behalf and on behalf of humanity, it is essential that I endow you to the best of my ability through spiritual means with the vision of what God is. Even in our higher octaves, it is impossible for us who are yet in a lesser individualized state to realize the fullness of who and what the greatest alchemist is. But we can approach the Holy of Holies. We can draw nigh by transcending ourselves even as He is ever transcending Himself, being changed from glory unto glory by the one universal Spirit. We are never bored and never tired by the changeless effort to change, for we are aware that with each step we take, an infinite leap occurs in the highness of us all. God identifies so beautifully with every part of life that there is a gladness in all creation when the higher self makes the giant leap. In the words of the Christ to his disciples of old, "I go before you into Jerusalem." The city of God, the city of peace, the cosmic parliament of man, these are the outgrowth of the Father's love, of the idea of the great transcendentalist, of the eternal alchemist, the great Spirit, God the Father, Christ the King. He who brings down the mountains and raises the valleys, he who puts down the mighty from their seats and exalts them of low degree, does all things in order to produce the summum bonum of ultimate reality for every part of life. His givingness is beyond reproach, and if his precepts had been heeded in any age by any society, the thorns of that age would have been blunted and broken. The fragrances of the rose would have surrounded the age. The highest learning, culture, and beauty would have manifested. Pain and suffering would have ended in a relative sense, and, through understanding, the golden arch would have been seen by all within the scope of their immediate realization. The golden door would have opened wide, and the heart of purpose would have been perceived behind it all. Nature and nature's God conspire to produce universes, worlds without end, the great diurnal magnetism, the universal endowment that, as male and female, as positive and negative, as spirit and matter, are designed to produce the wonder of life. Its glaring and awesome beauty may be everywhere, but to some it is a garish movement from which they shrink. To others it is a universal hymn of purpose. But to those of us who love nothing more dearly than to guide humanity by word and deed, it is the opportunity of the eternal Buddha, the opening bud of the flower of joyous reality whose fragrance is everywhere. It permeates the quality of life. It removes the odors of darkness. It encompasses all. It reveals the meaning and purpose of love that in sacrificing itself is reborn. What more shall I say as we stand on the threshold? I say, I kindle a blaze within your being. Be the flame tiny or great, may it ever expand and help you to make for yourself and for the glory of the great alchemist a life full of interest in taking dominion and in being one with the great exemplar. Oh, let us love together, let us be together, and let us see together the far-off movement that yearns to draw nigh. Graciously I remain. Chapter 12. The Way of the Tree of Life. The fervor we seek to convey can be assimilated. The fire of our mind and spirit can be absorbed through a simple reading and application of the consciousness of the heart. We know that man can inductively enter into a higher state. The sincere reading and rereading of our words until they become a very part of the consciousness of the disciple aspirant can and does create in him a key by which his own alchemical expertise is developed. So much interest has developed in many of you concerning the creation of the cloud that I wish to expound still further upon it. The cloud is the means whereby man alters his destiny. I do not say that there are not other methods that can effectively achieve this purpose. Each karmic act has its own recompense. Each deed that men do, each thought that they think makes its imprint upon their lives. But many of these are negatively qualified, hence destructively manifest. They come haphazardly through experiences which men do not govern. For when men do not govern their worlds, they are governed by the circumstances of the world. Through the creation of the cloud, then, we seek to transcend time, space, and even karma, short-circuiting many of the old spirals, shortening the time of man's realization of his own God reality, and helping him to realize in an avant-garde manner the graciousness of the Lord of the universe. There are many schools of the brotherhood. There are many methods of achieving. In our releases through the Summit Lighthouse, we seek to assist our students in expanding their consciousness with facility. We seek to weld together the body of God upon earth by first creating the understanding of both the beauty and the practicality of true alchemy. We are not interested in forming a society of magicians who will go around producing seeming miracles, albeit we acknowledge that the proficient alchemist, even through this course, can do just that. What we are interested in is the subscribing of our students to a universal brotherhood and body already existing spiritually as the Great White Brotherhood. Being in the invisible, this order, comprising the alchemists of the spirit, requires a union with embodied humanity. For only through this association can we formulate the most beautiful, sustaining concepts that will enable the entire house of the world to breathe the air of freedom and to be infused with the fires of destiny in its individual and collective aspects. Man must see and know that as he is and as he does, so others see and do. Thus, in perception and in action, man can endow the pages of history with a revelatory illumination, thereby fulfilling the fiats of God, take dominion over the earth, and set the example for the age. With each act of grace, man becomes endowed with more grace. Each step of self-mastery raises him higher in the cosmic peerage, until he is crowned at last through the eternal mysteries with the full realization of his own potential. Our cloud, then, in answer to some of your questions, can become physically tangible. It need not be so in order to endow you with the highest graces. Through the cloud you can draw to yourselves God's holy witnesses that have lived in all generations, that have called him blessed, that he has blessed. You can be freed through the light and fire of the cloud from the mediocrity of the present age and from the degradations of past ages and their cumulative effects upon the human psyche. You can, as it were, rend the veil of the Holy of Holies if your purpose be communion with the Most High, as was Moses in the Sinai desert. You can realize through the cloud the full perfection of your glorious I Am presence. Then through your contact with the I Am presence, the presence of all being, you can develop a culture of the spirit at lower levels that will provide stairways of safety upon which others may climb. There is never any need, regardless of what outer manifestations or vile astral energies may seek entrance to your world, to yield to these depredations. You have the power of the Christ to cast out unwanted states of consciousness. The great alchemist lives within you. You live within him. Therefore, through your conscious experimentations with the cloud, you can surround yourself with the means of producing change. In our examinations of those who through the ages have worked with the cloud, we have taken note that those who have been convinced of the reality of the cloud, those who have dared to endow their consciousness and being with the very qualities of the cloud itself, have become more and more efficient in its use. For them each daily experiment in creating change has become easier. I hope that I have conveyed to you in this intermediate course the ideas I have sought to convey. Please understand, however, that the full power and glory can only unfold within the concepts of the total course. It is my hope, as it was to create this series when I first produced studies in alchemy, to one day produce for you advanced studies in alchemy. We shall then be able to offer humanity a beautiful trilogy, the first section laying the groundwork of ideas through the golden flame of illumination, the second herein pronouncing the love ray that through the cloud of the Holy Spirit endows your ideas with life, and the third section explaining how to make permanent that which you create through the power of the spoken word. This trilogy will be especially valuable to those who are not only concerned with magic, but who also recognize that alchemy is the means of renewing youth, first in the inward parts of man and then throughout his entire consciousness and manifestation. And if this be accomplished, it cannot help but be the means of enhancing individual and world thought. Now as you ponder the correct experiment for your efforts in alchemy, remember that the stereotypes that abound in the world are not all ugly. In fact, there are many historical and cultural literary masterpieces that embody divine stereotypes, or archetypes as we would call them. It is not necessary for the student in his alchemical experiments to shun all that appears to be of the ordinary. In many cases, rather than ferret out the commonplace, it is more important that you avoid the classification of a condition as trite, for in reality it may be a great idea. Do not fear to embrace beautiful thoughts because someone else thought of them first. The time will come when you will develop a greater uniqueness. But until you become more proficient with your experiments, it is more important that you go upon a safe highway, that is, if speed combined with exactitude be your desire. There comes a time when man passes beyond the pale of that which his own experience patterns can teach him. Then the immortals stand ready, even as they do while he is still learning the lessons of earth, to help him expand in every facet of his endeavors, whether human or divine. Progress is never governed as much by what man desires to do or to be, or even by what the world has to offer, as it is by his realization that he can be all that God wants him to be, if he will just accept that simple thought. Seek not, then, the bizarre. Rather be content to be a good man or a good woman. Place yourself in the hands of God, in the hands of the Father of all, who cares for the birds of the air and the fragile flowers that glow for the breath of a moment. Do you not think that he cares more for you than for the grass of the field that withereth away, he who esteems you enough to give you his consciousness, to create for you a universe, a universal mother, nature herself, and to impregnate that nature with the fires of his own spirit, all for you, all for you? Yet man is as the grass of the field when he esteems himself so to be, when in mediocrity, selfishness, deceit, and a sense of personal struggle, he strives only for outer recognition. Let men seek not to be thought great of other men, but to recognize internally the greatness of God that is inherent in all of life's manifestations. Then their alchemy will hold within it the alchemy of becoming perfected. I do not say there are not other great mysteries waiting to be revealed in connection with alchemy. I know that there are. I do say that the way of the tree of life, which is the perfect secret that God has guarded from the curious and profane, remains a penetrable mystery to him who is not ashamed to wear his wings, to him who understands the diligence of each day, to him who is content to place his hand in loving trust that destiny is ours, to him who is willing to forsake a past that has not produced the blossoming beauty he craves, to him whose heart reaches up as a cup to the highest and sweetest, the noblest, and best Lord of all in the desire to have imparted to himself and every part of life the best of gifts. He speaks in summoned, loving tones of inward communion. O Father, not my will but thine be done. To him there is conveyed the highest crown, the word dominion. He is the Son, the alchemist, the beloved one. He can divide the loaves and fishes, walk upon the waves, fulfill his own and others' wishes, and be the great benefactor. In him the immortal spirit prevails, the ultimate Thule is seen. I sign myself sincerely your immortal friend.